All right. Thank you. Thank everybody for coming tonight on this dark and rainy night. Appreciate the attendance, and it's an exciting meeting. We get to celebrate our students and staff. That's always fun. So I do want to say that board member Donna Farnsworth is going to be here tonight. She's just running a little bit late, so if you see her walking in, she will be attending, just running a little behind. I'm going to call this meeting to order, and we will start with the flag salute. And Amanda, can you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Do we have any changes or additions to the agenda?
We do not this evening.
All right. Can I get a motion for the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as written.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we will go to public comment.
We have no public comment tonight.
No public comment. So that will take us to the superintendent's report.
We're going to start this evening with Nathan Kim, who is here from Ridgefield High School, to share with us what our Spuds are up to.
Hello, my name is Nathan Kim, the ASV Vice President at Ridgefield High School. First, I'd like to thank Superintendent Dr. Jenny Rodriguez, Board President Jones, and the rest of the board for having me here today. Uh-oh.
Oh, here, I got to advance you a couple. Sorry.
It's okay.
There we go.
First off, we have Sputter Nation. This is our Instagram and TikTok handle or name. We post a lot of stuff like student updates, event updates, and more. Some of the segments I'd like to introduce is Spud Center. So Spud Center is our athletics department. It's where we like to show off, our rivalries we might beat, or student highlights that we might have with student athletes. Next is Monday Mood. Monday Mood is to lighten the mood for this starting the Monday off. So if every staff and student we meet on the videos, we ask them questions that might not make any sense. Try to get the giggles out on a Monday to start the Monday off strong. Next, we have State of the Spud. This is our ASB activities update. Each committee member or committee lead might go through what they might do on a daily basis, so the student body is informed of what ASB does every single day.
Nathan, give us an example of a Monday mood.
I think they just ask questions that just don't make any sense. So just think of a joke, and then they'll say, "Oh, the answer's 21," or it's something that's just doesn't make no sense. So I think it's just funny. Just people just are kind of I guess embarrassed and just kind of start laughing. Next, we have Halloween hallways. So similar to our homecoming hallways, this is an addition we had, and students are running around on the weekend. We like to put up gravestones, and we might put a rivalry or something funny on the gravestones, and then plaster them all over through the walls. Just another example of good, Halloween spirit during the Halloween season. Next is a leadership project I'd like to highlight. So this is Sammy Katakunten's project. This is a potato puzzle, and this puzzle is in 7 sectors. He has a great passion for puzzle, and within each sector is more puzzles, and he just loves to make puzzles. And I think it's really funny because he likes to integrate a little bit of school history, and the school history, and if you can see on the screen, in this alternate reality, Principal Tutora has gone missing. So I think it's funny that he's creating this storyline to increase participation that is not all social. So I think he's doing a great job sharing his passion. Next, we have the National Honor Society. This is a club I like to highlight. We have the PSAT prep. So this is a SAT, practice SAT cram session before the October PSAT. And this gives students a lot of chance to compete for the National Merit Scholarship, which is, depending on your score, if you get a high score, you can be considered a semifinalist or a finalist and get money for college. So a lot of juniors were taking this. We have about 15 students. We have about 2 sessions. They're about 2 to 3 hours each. Me and Hanson Darcia, we led this session. And with that, we were able to go through a whole PSAT practice practice test, and then we went through each question, showing them tips and how to, attack each problem on test day. But with that, we also made a website during the summer. So it's a comprehensive guide of everything we talked about. It's just a little segment on the screen. But the things we focused on were grammar and Desmos. Desmos is just a graphing calculator online that the SAT allows you to use, and those are the easiest to improve on in a short period of time. So it's great that we got a lot of feedback that helped them improve their scores. So that was great. Well, that is it for the month of October. It's a very short month to November. I'd like to open up questions to the board, if the board has any questions.
Nathan, is that PSAT prep that's open to all of the student body and it's just led by the Honor Society Club?
Yes, so it's something new to our school. It's an initiative we created, but basically what we did is we went to all the PSAT, people that registered through the College and Career Center, and we just sent a mass email asking them to join, if they wanted to join the session or not.
Awesome, thank you.
I think that's it, Nathan. Thank you,
Awesome.
and as always, you're looking sharp.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I'm excited to come back next week.
Okay, and with that, we're going to move on to our students of the month for the month of November. And up first will be Ridgefield High School.
All right, we'll let the board and Dr. Rodriguez come on down. I'm Jeremy Tortora. I'm the current interim principal at the high school, and I just first want to thank Dr. Rodriguez and the board. This is one of the best evenings of the month. Every month, I'm always excited to come here. So I love this tradition. It's really important to the community, and we get to set the example. So make sure that we set the example by walking back to the back and down the red carpet, right? All right. This is why we pick us, so the high school first. So a high school wants to recognize our November student of the month, and that is Lauren Kelly. Thank you, Lauren. As our November student of the month, Lauren has a remarkable ability to connect with people, always eager to learn about their stories and experiences. Whether she's engaged in a lively class discussion or volunteering with Unite Ridgefield, Lauren's empathy and enthusiasm shines through, helping foster a strong sense of community that makes Ridgefield special. Lauren is deeply involved in robotics, loves building Lego, reading Superman comics, I love that by the way, and advocating for social causes. Lauren's teachers admire her not only for her brilliance and work ethic, but also for her warmth, humility, and the way she lifts those around her. They describe Lauren as a grounded classroom presence where she asks deep thinking questions and brings enthusiasm and humor to everything she does. She's not a student who does the work for others or tells them what to do, but instead she listens to her peers and uses her communicative talents to help them implement whatever vision they collectively share. And as one noted, she will probably be our first female president. However, she currently has plans to study electrical engineering, hopefully at Oregon State. Lauren Kelly embodies the best of Ridgefield High School: intellect, compassion, and leadership. Congratulations, Lauren. And Lauren, who did you bring with you today?
My mother and my father, Sean and Susie Kelly.
Awesome. And would one of you like to say a nice thing about Lauren? There's so many things to say, so, right? Awesome. Did you just walk in? On the spot. On the spot. Here we go.
Do you want to take this one? Go ahead. Okay. Well, 90 minutes in traffic, just so we're super grateful. But Lauren, we're so proud of you. We couldn't ask for a better daughter, and I think all those things are quite true and amazing. And even though she doesn't want to be the president, we know that she could be the president. It's the most important part. And thank you all for nominating her. Appreciate it. Take it, Sean.
I'd like to take credit, but I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. She does it all herself, and she's a much better person than she is a student, which is pretty impressive. I'm super proud of her. I love you, honey.
Thank you both. Thank you.
So our View Ridge student wasn't able to join us, but we still want to congratulate Archer Phillips, who's in the 8th grade at View Ridge, and we'll honor them next month. So next up is Wisdom Ridge Academy, and we have one of our teachers from Wisdom Ridge here to share the award.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Mrs. Cox, and I have the pleasure of presenting Oliver with the Student of the Month Award for November. Oliver is so deserving of this recognition. He really enjoys learning, and I'm sure his parents will agree. It makes being his teacher a lot of fun. Something I really appreciate about Oliver is that he notices things that other people don't, and things that some people take for granted are fascinating to him and worthy of attention. And this is a really special quality of Oliver's, a superpower, if you will. As a student, Oliver is extremely inquisitive, hardworking, detailed, and constantly submits thoughtful, high-quality classwork. As a class, we've been working on writing SMART goals. Oliver sets strong goals for himself and is able to reflect on and articulate why the goal is relevant and important to his life. When Oliver comes for our in-person STEAM class, he is friendly, willing to try new things, and full of great questions and ideas. Oliver can do anything he puts his mind to, and I know that he will go far in this life, not just because he's an awesome individual, but also because he has a strong team who really believes in him. And I wanted to share a little bit about Oliver outside of class, and that Oliver really enjoys, he's very curious and fascinated by how things work. So he's really interested in systems like antique fans and lamps. He actually repaired a lamp on my desk once. And yeah, and that's just fascinating. And just today, actually, he submitted a really great multimedia presentation that included one of the antique abandoned homes in Ridgefield that's soon going to be demolished and turned over. He's had a fascination with that home for many, many months now, maybe even longer, and did some research on it and included that with his presentation. And I just can imagine him doing fantastic things in the future with that brilliant mind of his.
Oliver, who did you bring with you tonight?
My parents, my mom and dad.
Okay, fantastic. Mom and Dad, who wants to speak?
Not a lot to say other than thank you so much. We really appreciate the recognition, and we're so proud of you, Oliver. We love you.
All right, I have the pleasure of announcing the Sunset Ridge Intermediate School Student of the Month, and that is Jason Bew. All right, Jason, this is what Sunset Ridge had to say about you. We are so proud to celebrate Jason as our Coyote Student of the Month. Jason is the kind of student who quietly makes a big impact. Whether in the classroom, the cafeteria, or at outdoor school, he leads by example, showing what it truly means to be a Sunset Ridge Coyote. Jason approaches every learning opportunity with curiosity and care. He listens thoughtfully, adds meaningful ideas to discussions, and gives his best effort in everything he does. His work is always detailed and well done, but what stands out even more is the heart behind it. Jason treats everyone with kindness and respect, welcomes others into conversations, and is quick to offer encouragement to a helping hand. His academics and SEL lessons to outdoor school adventure, Jason shows responsibility, resilience, and respect every single day. He makes our school a better place just by being in it. We are lucky to have Jason to be part of the Sunset Ridge community. His positive attitude and genuine character inspire those around him. Congratulations. Oh, stay here. Jason, come on back. Stay here for a minute. Sorry. I know you're excited to sit down, but who did you bring with you today?
Both of my grandparents, my mom, my sister, and my brother.
All right, we have to give them an opportunity to say something about you. Would someone like to share?
We are really proud of Jason and this recognition that he's gotten, and we are also really grateful for all of the wonderful teachers he's had throughout the years who have seen and celebrated the qualities that make him himself. So thank you to them and to the district for creating such a supportive environment for him over the years. And again, we couldn't be any more proud of Jason.
Hello, I'm Christine Flutter-Johann, Interim Assistant Principal at Union Ridge, and it is my pleasure to introduce our Student of the Month, Eloise Wright. Eloise is kind-hearted, helpful, and consistently brings sweet, positive energy to the classroom and school community. Eloise goes out of her way to support her peers, showing patience, compassion, and a genuine willingness to lend a hand wherever needed. She is a respectful student who can always be counted on to follow directions and lead by example. Eloise actively participates in class, engages thoughtfully in discussions, and shows enthusiasm for learning each day. She truly embodies what it means to be a tater tot by showing the 3 B's in all she does. She is kind, strong, and well. Beyond her classroom, Eloise's bright spirit radiates throughout our school community. Her joyful smile, positive attitude, and caring nature make others feel welcomed and valued. Eloise reminds us all that small acts of kindness can have a big impact. Way to go, Eloise. You make Union Ridge a better place for everyone. Congratulations. And who did you bring with you tonight?
I brought my sister, my dad, my mom, and my nana.
Wow, would one of you like to share a word or two about Eloise?
I am not surprised. Ellie, I am so proud of you, and I'm not gonna cry, so that's fine. It's okay. It's good. Anyways, I'm just so proud.
Ellie's one of the kindest people I've ever met, and I'm so impressed by the way that you treat others and the way you treat yourself. We're really proud of you.
That's my granddaughter. I love her dearly, and she truly is kind and has always been a kind person.
I'm Tony Malone. I'm the principal at Southridge, and I'm here to honor Mr. Everett Lynn. All the way around, buddy. Everett Lynn has been nominated for Student of the Month for consistently demonstrating one of our core values, responsibility. Everett shows kindness to everyone each day. He is always helpful to adults and classmates alike, and he demonstrates an outstanding level of respect and responsibility within our school community. Everett has dedicated countless hours to caring for our school grounds through his work on the nature trail with junior stewards and in the garden area during recess programs. Thanks to his efforts, our plants continue to thrive and our outdoor spaces remain beautiful. This is just one example of how deeply Everett cares about his school. If you ever need a helping hand, Everett is always there, ready to assist. For these reasons and more, we are proud to recognize him as this month's Student of the Month. Do you want to share with us who you came here to tonight with?
Today I brought my mom, my dad, and my sister.
Would either of you like to share about our sweet boy?
Thank you. We're so very proud of Everett. We have always known that he loves Southridge, and Southridge continues to encourage him to do wonderful things, and he loves all of the students there and the staff, and we can't wait to see what he does next.
Thank you for nominating him. I'm very proud of his, attitude. I wanted him to know that, continue with your outgoing, friendliness and continue for thirst of knowledge, because I think that will take you far.
Hi, my name's Jamie Heim, and I work with our early learning program. I am here today to recognize Jude Johnstone. Let's see. Good job, Jude. See how we are little, but we are so mighty. So every month we vote on our Student of the Month based on how students demonstrate our character. Our character strong characteristic that we're focusing on for the month. And with Jude, we nominated him because of how he demonstrates our characteristic respect. So I'm going to read a little bit about you, Jude, and so you can smile at mom and brothers and dad while I'm doing it. Jude was chosen as our November Student of the Month because of the way he shows respect every day in our classroom and school community. Jude's teachers report that he demonstrates respect through his words, actions, and Jude, your positive attitude. You have a super positive attitude, and everyone loves that. You listen carefully to your teachers and your friends, and you follow the classroom routines, and you take care of the classroom materials. You treat everybody with kindness and fairness, and you help make your classroom a space where everybody is happy. So when your friends have big feelings or trouble, you are calm and you're caring, and you show respect by giving others space, and you offer help, and you use our character-strong strategies. You help our classes feel safe and supported, and you show respect every day during group activities and play. So Jude, we are so proud of you for how you choose to represent our character-strong value of respect each and every day. So thank you, Jude, for being you. Jude, who did you bring with you today?
My mom, my brothers, and my grandpa and Graham, and that's all.
Yeah. How many brothers did you bring?
2.
Yeah. Awesome. Would anyone like to say anything about Jude?
Dude, we're super proud of you, buddy. And he's only 5, but I'm just excited to see how much he's grown. He's come to the ELC. This is his 2nd year, and he has just grown up so much. It's kind of amazing. So we're really, really proud of you, buddy, huh, guys? Yeah.
Good job. Okay, we do want to get a picture with all of the kids in just a moment, so don't run away just yet. We have a couple of staff to honor. The first one couldn't be here, so we're going to invite her to come next month. But if you run into her, please congratulate Roz Anderson, who's the registrar at Ridgefield High School, as she has been selected as one of our November Employees of the Month. And then next up, and you get to also walk the red carpet, is Ms. Krista Mellon, kindergarten teacher. You even have kindergarten teacher shoes, and I love it so much.
So Krista, I get to read a little bit about you. Krista always has a calm, positive presence with students and staff. She works hard to make her classroom a safe, joyful, and productive space. She's also a prized member of the kindergarten team. Krista knows how to find the positive in situations and works collaboratively with staff and families to meet the needs of her students. Her classroom is a safe, joyful, and productive space, and we are so very fortunate to have her in our Union Ridge family and on our kindergarten PLT. Congratulations, Krista. And Krista, who did you bring with you tonight?
I brought 2 of my team members, 2 of my kids, and my husband.
Who wants to talk about Krista?
The words were true. We are unbelievably lucky to have Krista as part of our kindergarten team, and each and every one of the little lives that she touches every day are incredibly lucky as well. You are pretty amazing.
Don't run away. You got to be in the picture too. Okay. All of our students of the month and Miss Mellon, our staff of the month, if you would bring yourselves back on up here. And we're going to get a group picture really quickly. Do you want to take a, yeah.
Yep. We're going to take like a 5-minute recess, so if you want to stay, you can. If you want to go home, you can do that too.
Oh, it's not? Okay. I thought it had me next on the thing.
Losing my mind. Okay. Are we ready?
And then there was 5.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah,
So, yes, and thank you for staying. Those of you that are staying, we appreciate it. This is an item that is going to be later in the new business section, but I have just a quick overview for you before we jump into the other reports this evening. So it's my pleasure to share with you just a quick overview of our 25-26 school improvement plans. All of the plans for all of our buildings are a part of the board packet, so those are available and viewable by anyone on our website as part of the board packet for this evening's meeting. Just a quick refresher for all of us, we are required to do an annual school improvement plan, also referred to as a SIP in Washington State, and they must be approved by the school board annually. There are a number of components which are required under the WAC, which the numbers are cut off, but that's what's at the bottom there.
They need to be data-driven, promote a positive impact on student learning, and include a continuous improvement process to monitor, adjust, and update the plan as needed. Based on a self-review of the school's program with active participation by staff, students, families, and community members, the team puts together a plan that addresses the characteristics of successful schools as identified by OSPI, educational equity factors, the use of technology for instruction, and family and community involvement. OSPI then goes through an identification process. This is part of what is required under the federal Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA, which replaced the No Child Left Behind. For those of us that are older and remember that system, this is the same idea. Each state is required to maintain an accountability system, so this does look different from state to state. In Washington, our system is administered by OSPI, the State Superintendent for Public Instruction, and identifies schools in needs of supports based on student performance and school quality as defined by some very specific metrics. Utilizing those metrics, which we'll review in just a moment, schools are identified as either Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3. And you can see a little bit more information there. Washington, as part of its work in meeting the ESSA requirements under the Department of Education, developed this Washington School Improvement Framework, which we call the WISF because we love acronyms in education. So, a subgroup's composite score, it combines multiple indicators based on the grade level, based on the school level, and what happens is the state basically takes all of these indicators across the system. They utilize 3 years of assessment. We are currently in cycle 3 of this system. Cycle 3 identification occurred in the 23-24 school year. Yes, 2 years ago, based on data from the 18-19, 21-22, and 22-23 school year. Cycle 3 will end in the 27-28 school year, so we still have some time under these designations. You can see here what the metrics are. The vast majority of these are measured based on the SBA, the Smarter Balanced Assessment, which has been in place for some time now. And you can see the percentage of each score that is utilized to then determine the score for the school. So for elementary, intermediate, middle schools, 20% is based on ELA proficiency, meaning did students test at the grade level that they should be at. 20% on math proficiency, and then 25% based on English language arts growth, and 25% based on math growth, which is our students growing at the rate of their peers with similar scores. It's a complicated system. And there are 2 additional metrics that are added in for kindergarten through 8th grade, 5% for English language learner progress, meaning that students are increasing their knowledge and skills with English language development, which includes reading, writing, speaking, and listening skills. And 15% of the score is based on attendance, despite the fact that OSPI defines attendance in 3 different ways, depending what part of the website you look at or who you talk to on the phone. For the high school, it looks a little bit differently. It's 30% is based on proficiency, 15 for English language arts, 15 for math. There are no growth metrics because students only take this assessment once in high school, in the 10th grade. 50% of the score for high schools is the graduation rate. So there's a tremendous amount of emphasis put on that. And then we have what are known as the successful school indicators or quality school indicators, 5% for English language learner progress, 5% for 9th grade on track, which is that a 9th grade student earns credit in every class they attempt, 5% for dual credit, meaning that they've taken and completed a course where they could earn dual credit through either community college trade programs, Running Start, college in the high school, or any other program that would earn them college credit. And then just 5% is based on attendance. Based on all of those numbers that get thrown together, again, they get put into a level, basically 1, 2, or 3 at this point in this process. This is just another one that shows you those same metrics and when they are measured. So you can see that the proficiency is 3rd through 8th grade and 10th grade. Those are the years that students take the Smarter Balanced Assessment in language arts and mathematics. It's always given in the springtime. Growth is reported 4th grade through 8th grade. We can't report it in 3rd grade because there's nothing to compare it to, so that one's a little bit shorter stint. Graduation is only measured in the year of graduation, so senior year. English learner progress is collected, that information, every year through a different assessment known as the WIDA. And then regular attendance is measured across every grade level. 9th grade on track obviously is only for 9th graders, and dual credit is only available for high school students. So these are the designations under that WSIF, that Washington School Improvement Framework, for each of our schools. Remember that this is the designation that was given 2 years ago. And what are the subgroups that were identified? And then if you look at the data then for the next cycle, 24, so 24-25 school year, you can see whether we have any subgroups that would be below the threshold for identification. So Union Ridge, I want to give a big shout out and celebration to them, because in the cycle 3 identification process, they were identified for tier 1 support specifically for students with disabilities. If you look at their data from last year, every group is above the threshold, which effectively means they're out of school improvement in 2 more years when the state tells us about it. So, but congratulations, Union Ridge. It's pretty exciting. South Ridge was originally designated as foundational. You can think of that as like tier 0, if you will. They did not have any groups that were identified, which is awesome. If we look at last year, English language learners is the one population that is triggering some interest that we need to emphasize a bit more. Sunset Ridge was tier 1 for English language learners and continues to be the subgroup that is below that cut score. View Ridge was identified as tier 1 for English language learners and students with disabilities. Big shout out to them as well, because all of their subgroups are above the 2024 threshold. So whoop whoop for View Ridge. And then Ridgefield High School and Wisdom Ridge Academy both were identified as foundational. They do not have any subgroups that are triggering below the 2024 threshold, nor were they identified last time. So our schools are doing pretty darn well, actually. Yeah. Thank you for the enthusiasm back there. Okay. I did want to share with everyone the goals for each campus. And they are listed in the school improvement plans themselves. So again, folks have access to the full plan, which talks about how are we going to measure progress moving forward, what sorts of strategies and initiatives are we undertaking to do that, what learning is the staff doing to push forward in that goal. But you can see here Union Ridge has a goal really around reducing that achievement gap, continuing to reduce the achievement gap between students with disabilities and all students. And specifically, they're really looking at math, grade level standards. Their second goal is around a foundational reading and specifically the phonics domain. Again, raising scores around the iReady reading diagnostic, which Tiffany's going to talk about that in just a minute, and how that really does align to the Smarter Balanced Assessment score. So it's a good indicator for us. And goal 3 is really around the number and operations domain, again, measured on the iReady. Southridge has 2 goals. The first, also number and operation standards. So you can see we're identifying this across our system as a need at the elementary level. And their second goal is around proficiency in reading comprehension. Sunset Ridge is taking a look at math operations, specifically fractions over the course of the year. I feel like we teach fractions now starting in about 3rd grade. I'm looking at my people, my friends in the audience. But it is one of those things, if you don't get fractions, you are always going to struggle with a lot of math concepts. And so fractions is just a critical skill and concept that students need to understand. My tip to moms and dads is to bake with your kids, because all kinds of cooking involves lots of fractions. But they're looking at improving that through their 5th and 6th grade common assessments. Their second goal is around claim evidence and reasoning. This is a language arts skill, but it also shows up in science, it shows up in social studies, so it's a really great cross-cutting standard. You get a lot of bang for your buck when you move students forward on that standard. And the third one is around students' feelings of belonging, and so they have a specific social emotional assessment that they take to measure that. View Ridge Middle School also has 3 goals. The first around student proficiency in English language arts, really looking at closing the gaps for multilingual students, students with disabilities, and students identified as low income. There is a disparity gap. So despite not being at the level to trigger identification through the WSIF framework, that doesn't mean there's no gaps. It just means that the gaps are smaller than in other places across the state. So they're still targeting that. And then same thing in overall proficiency in mathematics for the same 3 subgroups of students. The third one's around sense of belonging and connectedness to school community, being measured specifically through attendance rate. And I have feelings about that, but Dr. Ellis knows that. So, but looking at closing attendance gaps for multilingual students with disabilities and students identified as low income. And then Ridgefield High School, overall math proficiency. Again, really looking at low income versus non-low income students. So looking to try and shrink that disparity gap there. And goal 2, shrinking the gap in English language arts between students with disabilities and non-disabled peers, as well as a gap between our Hispanic Latinx students and our white students. So appreciate with their plan, they've really looked at who's the subgroup specific to the skill. And so you can see that it is different for the 2 goals. Wisdom Ridge Academy, we are looking at utilizing the iReady assessment and making sure we get completed assessments in English, language arts, and math. This is a challenge always for internet-based or any kind of a homeschool co-op type of a program, because often it's just challenging to get kids to come in and take the assessment, as you can imagine, because they're not typically on campus. But it is really powerful data that teachers need, which again, Tiffany is going to highlight why in her presentation tonight. Their second goal is around their math data and increasing 8th grade students performing at grade level, getting them on track really, because 8th grade is really a critical point. It's really about algebra readiness, and algebra is a gatekeeper course as well. Algebra is one of those things that when students do well, they're often able to open a lot of academic doors, and students who struggle in algebra often have a hard time moving on with later educational goals. The third goal is around development of the PLT as a school. And they have been really focusing in on this idea of a SMART goal, because this is a thing that applies whether you're a kindergartner or a senior. So Wisdom Ridge has an interesting PLT that every teacher teaches different grade levels of students. So they've gotten really creative on how are we going to work on a skill together. This is just a quick sum up, but across all of our schools, we have 16 goals total, 5 in the area of language arts, 7 in the area of math, 5 targeting students with disabilities, 2 focused on student belonging, 1 that's an attendance goal, and 1 that is around goal setting. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the board has. Just as a reminder, each school will be coming to visit you at a future board meeting, starting at our very next one in December with Union Ridge Elementary, to share more details about how they're putting their plans into action.
I have a question. Dr. Rodriguez, thank you for that. I noticed this year more of the SIP goals are focused on disparity gaps and reducing gaps in achievement, which I think is great. And also just thank you for bringing in sort of the lens of looking at that data just in a disaggregated way last year when you joined us. So I appreciate that. Is it implied or specifically stated that we are working on reducing gap without losing ground also? Because there are multiple ways to reduce a gap. I just want to make sure that's very clear, that we're not like...
Yeah, no, we're not trying to have the kids who get it throw the test. Yes. Obviously, we're looking for all students to grow, but pretty critically important in public education to attend to the gaps and figure out why are certain groups of children not being as successful in our public education system as others. Thanks.
I've got one. Just with the transition we've had in building leadership, principals, can you talk about who's at the table and what the team approach looks like for each building? When I think of like succession plannings and as principals move on, what does that look like so we have like continuity from year to year with these goals?
Yeah, every building has a building leadership team. Some of them call it their guiding coalition. So if you hear a principal talk about that, they mean their building leadership team. They also, some of them love acronyms, so they may say BLT and they're not talking about a sandwich. So it often includes, obviously, the administrators at the building. There's typically a counselor representative, a special education teacher representative. At the elementary, the most common way that they structure that is a teacher from each grade level. So really every PLT is represented. You'd have one of the specialists as part of that team. Buildings that have an interventionist is typically on the team. The instructional coach may be part of that team. So it's really your teacher leaders, certificated staff across the system that are driving that conversation, and they meet regularly throughout the year to look at data and talk through professional learning and supports for colleagues. At the middle school, high school level, it's often more representatives of, you might have a grade level rep, but more often it's related to departments. So at the high school, you probably have an English teacher, a math teacher, a social studies teacher, science teacher, et cetera. So the team gets pretty large at the high school level. So many of the folks who were on those teams last year are still on those teams. In some cases, there's been some shifting and movement. We were pretty intentional with the staff that we invited to go to the PLC conference last August. The goal was really to start to identify and tap into our teacher leaders and have this identification of sort of who are these informal leaders within the building already, who are these people that are going to help their colleagues through the PLT process. Those are the folks we really need at that instructional leadership team meeting every month. So when you take a look at the individual plans, it does identify for you all the people that are a member of that team each year.
Super helpful. Thank you.
I just want to say, I appreciate goals and I appreciate writing them down. It, is where Amber was saying, how are we bridging those gaps, but without losing ground somewhere else. I think I appreciate the specificness of like, we're going to move forward, but there are gaps and we've identified them. So those get smaller but as we all move together. So, yep, love it.
I'll just add, thank you for presenting all that information and kind of consolidating it. Looking through all of it earlier, there's a lot of really detailed information, and it's always nice to have it kind of consolidated and explained a little bit before we go into that. So I appreciate that, and yeah, the way that it was all disaggregated was really, really helpful. Thank you.
Okay. These are more Union Ridge cuties up here, by the way, too. So good job staying, my Union Ridge friends. Okay. With that, I've already kind of given you a preview, but I am excited to have present this evening Tiffany Gould, who is our Executive Director of Teaching and Learning. And you will recall a few months back when I shared kind of the overall picture of how we did on our spring state assessments last year. You got a little bit more information with the school improvement plans and looking at who's identified through that state WISF system. But Tiffany's going to share with us more information about why do we have to take these tests and how do we know if the kids are growing or not. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tiffany Gould.
Well, I'll have to be reminded of how to use this. I just wanted to say thank you so much, Board President Jones and Directors Baker, Ronstadt, and Brett Redstrand for having me here tonight. I am going, like Dr. Jenny just said, I'm going to be going over what is our assessment system here in the district, what are the different components of this system, and how we use them to inform our teaching and our decisions at the central services, how we use the assessments throughout the system. So with that, my 40 plus slides, are we ready? It's just a few things. Let's see if that works. Okay. So first of all, why do we give these assessments? At the heart of it, really, the bottom line is every assessment should inform us and give us information about the decisions that we need to make in the classroom, at central services, when we're thinking about our resources. How are we using this data to help us improve our system and improve our outcomes for individual students? So these assessments should provide credible, focused information on overall patterns of performance. So looking over time, are we seeing consistency? Highlighting strengths and weaknesses in student learning and instructional programs. So we can look at a grade level as a whole and say, okay, this is something they're very strong at. What are we doing that is making us strong at that, and how can we replicate it? Or where this is a weakness, so where can we support our staff and students in improving the overall outcomes for students? It should inform students, teachers, leaders, and policymakers about what is working and what needs to be changed, kind of like what I just said. And it helps us avoid making decisions based on inaccurate, incomplete, or outdated information, or my favorite, I just know it. I know that's why. I don't have anything to base it on, but I know that's why kids aren't learning. So we use the data to help us have that informed decisions.
Hold please, Tiffany.
Okay.
We just need to reload the slides and then we'll get right back to it.
Okay. All right, so we do not rely on just one assessment to make these decisions. We need a balanced assessment system to get the full picture. And a balanced assessment system includes three major components, kind of like a three-legged stool. Each leg provides information at the right time for a specific purpose. When we have all three legs and they are an integral part of our instructional practice, paced according to an agreed upon scope and sequence, and accurately assess the student's skills, then we have reliable or stable, when you think of the stool, data for decision making at all levels. So that's what we're always striving for. There are three main assessment categories. They will include formal elements such as the Smarter Balanced assessments, and more informal elements like observations, discussions, exit tickets, just those kind of give me a thumbs up if you've got it. The first one is formative assessment, and this is the one that is done frequently. Hopefully, teachers just automatically do it daily. It's just part of the life of a teacher, where they are getting real-time feedback, and that feedback is shaping the ongoing instruction. So always getting that feedback on where kids are. The next one is a summative assessments, and these are more formal. These are your end of unit, end of term, end of an instructional unit. They're just that, okay, we're done. How'd we do? SBA is summative. Many of our state assessments are summative. The interim assessments they're administered periodically throughout the year. They track progress toward end of year goals, and they interchangeably may be referred to as benchmarks or interims. So we have benchmarks using iReady, but SBA uses interim for their language, but they mean basically the same thing. We're checking in at kind of these spots in time to see how we're doing.
Sorry, Tiffany, can I pause? Would
Yes.
someone let Director Farnsworth in? The back door seems to be locked. Thank you.
So there are some key ways that a balanced system should support student learning. One, it focuses on purpose. we want to ensure the assessment tools are used for their intended purpose. So we're using a screener as a screener. If we need a more diagnostic, we have a diagnostic tool. If we have that our formative assessments are quick, reliable, and used immediately. So we always want to make sure we've aligned those. Ensures, kind of repeats myself, ensures assessments are complementary, providing both granular and high-level insights on instruction, curriculum, and assessment at all levels of the system so that we have all the pieces that work together. Ensures high-quality assessment tools are both valid, measures what it's supposed to measure, and reliable. Results are stable across many administrations. And then promotes equity. The assessment brings to light our disparity gaps. It shows where we need to be focusing our attention, because if we just looked at what the state is giving us, we'd all high five and go home. And we know there's more work to do. So we make sure that we have, dig into those assessments or have assessments that help us really dig into how we're doing on providing equitable education. Reinforces assessment literacy. As we have more assessment tools, it increases how often our teachers engage in the data. If we just had Smarter Balance, they'd look at it in the fall and then that'd be it, we'd be done. So we always want to be looking at how do we think about the data that we are collecting, and how is it moving the learning forward. And if the data is doing its job, it is reported in a way that makes next steps clear for all educators, even those with limited training. So we can quickly look at the data and say, here's what we need to do. So thinking about those three major categories, I wanted to talk a little bit about how they flow, how we use them in the system. So we start with the benchmark interim, and I've got that little icon with the graph going up. You're going to see these icons throughout the slides. So when I'm talking about a benchmark interim, you're going to see that green icon. Those are those beginning of the year, mid-year, end of year. They include iReady, SBA interims, WalkKids is another one. Based on that benchmark interim, we have a fourth one that fits under formative, but needs its own, we need to have a space to talk about, and that's our diagnostic assessments. Diagnostic assessments are based on how well a student performs on a benchmark. Do we need to know more? And this is for the kids that are well below in an area. We're like, well, how are they well below? We just know they're well below. Well, we need to know exactly where the missing link is so we can go in and work with them directly. So if you think about literacy, when we have a student that's well below, we have our foundational skills. We need to find out, is it a phonemic awareness issue? Is it a phonics issue? Is it a fluency issue? Where is the learning breaking down, so that we can go right in and work on that issue immediately. So that's what our diagnostic assessments are for. If they're on grade level on the benchmark or interim, they don't do that. They skip it. They go right to, you're in the classroom, you're doing formative assessments that are checking in on how we're doing on our guaranteed standards. So it's our common formative assessments, end of unit assessments, those assessments that immediately drive our next steps. And then the final is the summative. So that's, we're done, summary, time to figure out how we did. And so that's how we use them in kind of a cyclical format. Then, just another way to look at it, I want to walk us through what happens when we take the universal screener, which is the iReady. So a student takes the iReady, and they're either, or both, are going to be on two tracks. You see the dotted lines going across. That top row is what happens in the classroom for everyone. That bottom row is where I was talking about, oh, we needed a diagnostic. There's some concern and we need to dig it a little bit deeper, and they go also on a dual track. So they're doing both at the same time for some students. So on the top, we have the universal screener, which is now being used as a formative assessment because we're using it at the beginning of the year to drive that instruction, so iReady is formative at that point. We want to figure out with my whole class, that top row, what do they already know? What do I need to provide as the classroom teacher? Where are things that we can just, we can graze right over because they've got it, and then where are the areas that we really need to provide scaffolds, we need to provide background knowledge. That's how that is used at the beginning. Then you move into the during time, so now we're checking for understanding. They're moving to common formative assessments or end of unit assessments, or, and I'll say end of unit for both because you may be at an end of a unit, but you're not at the end of learning for some kids. So you're going to keep using that assessment as formative. And then at the very end, after we're all done with the learning, then you have the check for mastery and you adjust. So that would also be, like right now we're getting ready to do our next iReady assessment, our winter. That is our next time to check for mastery and adjust. And then we start back over and we do it again. So that's the cycle there. For students who we are looking at diagnostic measures and trying to figure out where are we intervening right now, these are usually kids that are 2 or more years below grade level. So we really need to have a plan for them. We use those diagnostic measures to come up with a trajectory for their learning so that they can have a path to close the gap, to get back to grade level. So those plans are created, and then within those plans, they will receive instruction either from the classroom teacher or an interventionist or whomever it is appropriate to provide that instruction. Within that, there will be progress monitoring that is very specific and targeted. We're working on fluency. Every 2 weeks, we're going to do a fluency check to see how they're doing. Those are 2 to 3 weeks. We're really, really focused on helping these students fill those gaps. And then at the end of that, we also move into a summative for those gaps. So they're getting that piece of information. We're hoping it's a summative, but sometimes it becomes a formative because we're still not quite there. So that's kind of how those 2 tracks go simultaneously. Now to look at, take a kind of a step back and go, okay, so what are we required to do by the state and what type of test is it? The first 4 with the blue icon, those are summative assessments that the state requires, and as a summative, the state uses that data to look at how are we doing as a state, how is OSPI going to support people across the state, how are we going to get our tiers, are we foundational, are we tier 1, are we tier 2, are we tier 3? They're going to use this data. So the first one, I should have backed up a little because they don't use this first one. This first one, Dr. Jenny presented, I think it was in our September, I had it written down here. Yeah, September 23rd. She went over all of the national and state assessments, kind of that broad overview. So the National Assessment of Educational Progress, or NAEP, is the test that a sampling of 4th and 8th grade students from around the country take the assessment every 2 years, and then that is reported out, like how are we doing as a nation, how are we doing as a state. The next one is Smarter Balanced. Also, within the Smarter Balanced kind of family, we have the Washington Access to Instruction and Measurement called WAAIM, and those are for students that need an alternative to the SBAC. Usually they already they have an individual education plan, and so they are taking the WAAIM. This is all 3rd through 8th grades and 10th grade, and it's in English, language, arts, and mathematics, and it's every year. So this is the one we all know about. The next one is the Washington Comprehensive Assessment of Science, also summary or summative, and this is for our 5th, 8th, and 11th grades every year. So we spot check on them, not every grade, but those 3 grades. The next one is the WIDA. When Dr. Jenny was talking about the WSIFI, they talked about EL progress. This is the assessment that is used to determine whether or the growth that our English language learners are making, or if they have met proficiency and no longer need support for English language development. Every student that comes in with a language other than English has an initial screener that determines whether or not they need the support, and then after that, they take the WIDA annually until they meet the benchmarks, and then they are exited from the program. The last two are benchmarks at the beginning of the year and then at mid-year. So the Washington Kindergarten Inventory of Skills, WAKIDS, is a kindergarten assessment that is done once a year. They are doing it as well, no, they should be done now. They just finished up and submitted their data. Usually it's end of October or mid-November. And that assessment, it's an observational assessment tool that assesses 6 domains. It assesses social, emotional, physical, cognitive, language, literacy, and mathematics. And it kind of gives where are they on a continuum in their development. And that assessment helps kindergarten teachers start their year out. They get to know their kids. There's one other component. It also involves a interview with the parent, and that is to help foster that relationship, that partnership, and get to know those parents and families as they are new to our K-12 system. The bottom one is also a benchmark. It does trigger some educational requirements if they are found to be at risk of indicators for dyslexia. So this is the Washington State Early Literacy or Dyslexia Screener. All kindergartners and first graders take, it is actually built into our iReady system, and then we have one additional one-on-one assessment that students do that helps us determine, do they have reading difficulties, and do those reading difficulties show us that there is an indication that they may have issues related to dyslexia. We do not diagnose dyslexia. We just kind of say, here are the issues. One of the things that we do know is when kids do show those risk indicators, we have a plan. We have interventions that we provide, and we can get those students into those programs through our Title I and our LAP services and help them be successful. If those indicators show up more than 2 years in a row, then it gives us a good, we need to have a referral for special education services. We need more diagnostics. We need to find out what's going on, because if they have struggled 2 years in a row in those early years, there's that possibility, and we go yet a little bit further. So then those are what the state requires. To balance out our system and not just have summative and benchmark, we need to have that, the full meal deal. We want it all. We have, as I spoke before, the iReady benchmarks for reading and math. These are administered in the fall for 1st through 9th grade. Kindergarten does not do it until winter. And then it is K-8, and in spring again it is K-8. 9th drops off and kinder is added in the winter. The next piece is the foundational skills assessments, and these are what I was speaking about earlier when I was talking about we need diagnostics. That's the orange icon there. Only for those students who performed well below grade level, and we need assessments that will inform our instruction and help us figure out. For literacy, those are built into our iReady benchmark system. We have all of those foundational skills assessments that we can pull on to get a full picture for those students. Then we have, here I have it down as summative, but again, I've also talked about how this could be formative too. I tried to use the one that mostly is for. Our common end of units are intended to be summative. We've got it, we're moving on. And then the bottom one is our also formative, and it's looking at the quizzes, the exit tickets, the observations, the common formative assessments, those ongoing checks. So with all of these pieces that we use in the district, this is how we're sure that we're getting as clear a picture as we can about a child's learning in ELA and math. So now I'm going to have us move over to looking at SBA and some in how we compared to the state. So this is looking at SBA ELA on one side and SBA math, and these are both district versus statewide. The left-hand axis shows 0 to 100%, and the bottom is the year, so we have 4 years to compare. The blue line is RSD, and the orange line is statewide. And so as you can see, we consistently perform well above the state average. So like I said earlier, if we just went on this, we'd be done. We go home, we're like, we are better than most other, but we are very conscientious and care deeply about our students here. So we're gonna look deeper, and we're gonna make sure that every student is getting access and has every opportunity to succeed within our system. The next one, and this is one of those questions that I know the board we've talked about before, is like, how does iReady correlate? What's the match? How close are we in actually determining SBA scores? So on this graph, it shows, again, the y-axis is 0 to 100. The bottom axis is the 4 years. That's going to stay fairly consistent along the way. SBA ELA is in blue, and iReady Spring Reading is in orange. And then it's got a little number up at that top that shows the disparity between the two. And we're right on the last 3 years, and iReady is slightly above last year. Anything that is less than 5%, we're really within. I did write something down that I wanted to remember, so. When we think back to the earlier slide about how does a balanced assessment system support student learning, as a summative assessment, SBA provides that high-level insights, and as an interim assessment, iReady benchmarks are complementary and provide more granular insights. So we want to be sure that they are in alignment. The iReady fall and winter benchmarks should be a reliable source of information that teachers can use to guide instruction prior to the SBA based on this data. If we are really looking carefully at our benchmarks up to that point, then SBA should be we should know how we're gonna do. I did want to mention about iReady, which I got so excited that I skipped it, so I'm going to go back. When you think about iReady, okay, here it is. It says, I'm going to get a little into the weeds for a moment, explain how scoring in iReady works and when it happens. One of the things I wanted to make, to really point out is the iReady spring benchmark, the final one that we do as a district, occurs in March. SBA occurs in May. And we intentionally did March rather than June because we wanted that third time with the iReady to still be formative. We wanted to be able to use the data to impact the work towards, as we still had 2 months if we do that in March. It's the earliest possible you can take it within the system, and so we made that decision to do it then. We decided not to have an end of year iReady because they will take this March, and then April, May, they're taking SBA, and we love our children. So we don't want them to take yet another in June. So that was just a decision that was made on how are we using our data? Are we using it in a way that is helpful in giving us information that we can use right away? A little bit about how iReady works. Students receive a scale score, which allows us to track growth over time and compare progress across grade levels and testing windows. That's why we can look at this, and we'll talk about meeting benchmarks, and it just helps us really look at the data, and we're not going, oh, that doesn't match, I have to go do, it's just how it's set up. So, so the scale score, means the same thing in September as it does in May. It's just a score. The scale score is then converted into a performance level that is based on the end of year expectations. So for example, a fall score for a third grader that is on grade level indicates they're performing at an end of year grade 2 benchmark in the fall. As the year progresses, the cut score for the performance level shifts upward. A score of 485 in the fall may be at grade level, but that same score in the spring may now be 2 grade levels below. Basically, the score stays the same, but the bar keeps rising. And so, as that comes up, now I'll go back to where I was. So this is the reading, and then we also have the math. Same thing, we're looking at SBA math and spring iReady math and how they compare. The orange is iReady and the blue is SBA. You can see we're closing that gap right now, where there's only a 2% difference right now. So again, the iReady is a pretty good indicator of how we're going to do as a district overall on SBA. So now we're going to shift a little and look at iReady data. We're going to first look at reading and then we'll look at math. This is fall 2024 to spring 2025, and the top band is showing how we did as a district. The lighter shade is how we started in the fall, and the upper bar is how we ended in the spring. So as we look at the next slides, that's going to stay the same. You're going to see quite a few slides that show 2 bars, one's lightly shaded and one is darker, and that it's going to mean the same thing across all of them. We're looking at fall to spring. So one of the things, I don't know if there's a pointer on here. Is there a laser? No? Okay.
Sorry, Tiffany, the top bar is spring?
Yes.
Okay.
The more bold, the easier to see one is spring.
Is spring,
yes.
And then the one right below it is fall.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's those 2 bars up above. So one of the things we always look at is how many kids how small is the red getting? Because that's telling us those kids that are 2 or more grade levels below, are we shrinking that number? We want to see that going down over time, and it is on this graph. We also, at the other end, want to see the green, the early on grade level and on grade level, expanding. The 1 grade level below, that is a level that in the classroom, they can meet that need. And it's within the grade level still. They can make that up in the classroom. If you look at below the placement by domain, that is just showing how they did on the domains within ELA. So phonological awareness, we came in pretty strong, and I'm going to need to back up a little because we don't have a fall for kindergarten. Just wanted to remind everybody, so you won't see kindergarten on here. It's just going to be 1st through 8th. So when you look at that lighter below on phonological, the kindergarten teachers did a really good job because these kids came in the fall fairly strong with their phonological awareness, and then 1st grade was able to close that gap even more. I will say, with that and the phonics, we're in our 4th year of curriculum materials that we started using in the classrooms, and it is really showing growth when it's used to fidelity. We see great gains and really strong foundational skills for our early literacy. The other thing to remember or be aware of, this year is our 1st year for our Wit and Wisdom instructional materials at the K-3 level, and for EL Ed for 4th and 5th grade. Generally speaking, as assessments go, the 1st year of a curriculum adoption, there's usually a dip. Usually scores go below what you did before because we don't know how to do it. This is hard. I don't understand. There's all of those things that go with a massive change in how how we are teaching ELA. And we did go through a massive change with these new instructional materials. It's a whole new way. And the fact that we are growing and maintaining last year speaks volumes to the dedication that the teachers really put into making it work, to really figuring it out in year one. They did not back down. They were amazing. And that the materials are high quality, and we're seeing what we would hope to see. And if this trajectory continues, we should see growth beyond this year. We're really hoping to break that cycle where it looks the same every year. It looks the same every year. This is encouraging for that.
I'm just going to jump in real quick before you go to the next slide, Tiffany, and just we haven't spent a lot of time as a group talking about the science of reading, but there was a lot of professional development that was done with our staff prior to bringing on those new materials. We have a supplement with really great reading to ensure, in addition to the curricular materials that Tiffany was just talking about, to ensure that our students are getting those foundational reading skills. And if it's something that you're like, what is she talking about, but you'd like to know more, I highly recommend the podcast Sold a Story. I think it's about 6 parts, but it really explains what happened in public education and kind of the fight over how reading is done. And we saw a lot of fallout from that. So we're going to go where the science goes. The science says this is how you teach reading successfully to the vast majority of students. And so we have materials that are aligned to that. We've done professional development for our staff aligned to that. And again, it's just about getting the whole system rowing in the same direction.
Some other things to note about this chart is when you look at the 2 or more grade levels below, we had 211 students, over 9%, move out of 2 or more grade levels below. We had 259 students, over 11%, move out of 1 grade level below. And there was a 20% increase, 470 students in that are now in early or on or above grade level. So just a few fun numbers. And now I'm going to quickly go through these grade level slides. They all look the same, but I wanted you to just kind of see what was happening by grade level. Again, the places to really look are on the ends. So if you look at first grade and you see that in the fall they had 8% that were 2 grade levels below. By the spring, they had 0. So they'd gotten everyone within grade level instruction, so that's pretty awesome.
This is all kids too.
All
I just want
yes,
to be
all.
really clear, like this is all of our first graders across our entire district. So again, just kudos to our teacher teams. They're working really hard. You can see like start of the year, I know it's really tiny print on there, but 22 kids that were basically above, but by the end of the year we had 150 that are above. So you're going to see this pattern, as Tiffany said, as you look at every grade level. So when we ask this question, are the kids growing and how do we know? Are they learning what they should learn at that grade level, and how do we know? This is really clear data for you as a board to know that they are learning.
And then, yeah, if you look at second grade, they had 17% that were 2 grade levels below, down to 6. And then on the other end, the amount that are early on or mid almost doubled. So making really good growth there. Then we go to, and again, this is all with a new curriculum. Third grade closed the, let me see, I already did the math because I anticipated that I would not be able to add when I was nervous up here. So third grade reduced, the well below grade level was reduced from 26% to 11, and fourth grade went from 17 to 8. So having, and more than having that lower end. And on the other side, we've lowered the 1 grade level below and expanded the on-grade level. So really strong data to support the work that is happening in the 3rd and 4th grades. And then we come to 5th grade and 6th grade. Here we start to see in the fall, those that are 2 or more grade levels below getting bigger, and we're still lower, decreasing the number, but it's not as small. So we have 17% in 5th grade that are now 2 or more grade levels below, and then we have 20% in 6th grade that are 2 or more grade levels below. And we're starting to see on the other side, not as high meeting that on grade level. So there's some work to be done. And then we see 7th grade, we have 25% and 28% for 7th and 8th grade that are now 2 or more grade levels below. We have strategies to address that. I mean, you heard about it in the SBA, in the SIP goals tonight. We have strategies for addressing, and this is the data that everybody in the district is looking at. So they're looking at their data and making those decisions. This was just another way to kind of bring it all together. So we have all of the grade levels across the bottom, and then the percent that were at or above grade level in the compared from the fall to the spring. The fall is the orange and the spring is the blue. And one of the things when I was preparing for this yesterday, when it was too late to change the slide, I was like, oh, I bet they'd want to know how they did on the SBA. So I have those here. They line up for all but 3 grade levels. 3rd grade, if you look at 3rd grade, they were that didn't right. Let me get to reading. 3rd grade, it was significantly lower. The state, if you look at 3rd grade, it says 75%. On the SBA, they did 59%. In 6th grade, we had 56% on iReady. SBAC was 62%, so it was actually better. And then in 8th grade, it was significantly lower than iReady. iReady shows 56, and 8th grade showed 49 on SBA. Just the rest were right on, within 5%, but I wanted to draw attention to that. Overall, across grades 1 through 8, every grade level shows improvement in the percentage of students at or above grade level in reading from fall to spring. It also shows improvement in closing the gap for our kids that are 2 or more grade levels below. Primary grades, 1 through 3 show the strongest gains, with 1st grade moving from 20% to 75%. At or above grade level, and 2nd and 3rd grades also shows those large jumps. It starts to even out and get smaller as we go along.
I would just reiterate what Tiffany said at the beginning of talking about iReady. When we take it in the fall, we're looking at where should a kid be in the fall. When we take it in the spring, we're looking at where they should be in the spring. So to the question earlier, like, are we making sure all kids are getting pulled up? So when you look at that 1st grade 20%, for them to continue to be in the blue, they also had to learn and grow. Mm-hmm. So I just wanted to be really clear that they don't just stay there. They're also having to grow in order to hit that mark when they take the test in the spring.
So one of the things I wanted to just spend a brief minute talking about, what are we doing about this data? For one, it's showing up in our SIP plans, and so it is something that buildings are looking at and thinking about and creating goals around. We also are, our PLTs, our teams are meeting and looking at this data. They're also taking their guaranteed standards that they identified last year, creating those common informative assessments, taking those assessments, administering them, looking at how students are doing, and then responding right away for kids that have skills that they need to bring up in order to be meeting those grade level standards. So this is the first year where this is an expectation. So this is something that it's going to take time for teams to get really proficient at, but they are really digging in and looking at what is because what happens when you see these 56, the 60, where do we start? Where do we start? We look at everything. Having the guaranteed standards helps the teams go, this is what we're going to focus on. And so this is the first year where we've said, okay, you have chosen what you're going to focus on. This is the thing. It's fractions and third, because we know. It's numbers and operations, because we know what we need to focus on. And so not trying to be all over the place, really trying to align our work in the system. And then, now we can go on to math. Math, it's the same setup for the data. When we look at overall everyone, and we're looking at the red, we had 25% that came in 2 or more grade levels below. We did have that over the course of the year overall, so we went to 13. And we also doubled how many were meeting grade level standards. So overall, it looks pretty good, but we're also going to dig in and start looking at the grade levels, and we're going to notice some are really high and some are lower. So when you look at numbers and operations, algebra and algebraic thinking, and measurement and data, the data is pretty consistent. We don't have the actual numbers, but you can just see they all kind of came in with the same 2 or more grade levels below and closed the gaps roughly about the same. So I just thought that was pretty interesting how we're doing that. One thing to know about geometry is usually the unit that happens after all the testing is done. So it's just one of those things where we're going to do that later after we've done, because we know numbers and operations is critical. We know fractions are critical. We're going to get the critical things done as up earlier. So when we look at first grade came in with 17%, 2 grade levels below or more, and they got it down to 3. So they really went after it and did some phenomenal work. They also went from 11% to, is that 64% that are on grade level. So first grade, again, consistently, ELA and math, they are meeting their targets. Second grade, 24% to 6%, and also really more than doubling how many were on grade level by the end. I want to go back though, because, how do I go back? I forgot to mention some things in this upper part. 275 students, almost 12%, moved out of 2 or more grade levels below. 330 students, over 14%, moved out of 1 grade level below. And there was a 26% increase, 605 students, in students in the early on or above grade levels. So I think hearing those numbers shows the impact of the number of students that are actually making that growth. So now we can go back to. So when we look at third grade, again, we can see that they've gone from 23% to 8%, 2 or more below. And then also looking at fourth grade, going from 22% to 9%. So really still closing that gap for those kids that are well below. And then we move on to fifth grade. Very consistent as what we saw in math. By the time they get in the fifth grade, we have a larger group that is 2 grade levels below or more, and we're not having as significant gains in having kids move out. So that's why we're seeing it in SIP plans. That's why we're seeing, oh, we need some work in fractions. We need some work. So well aware. Sixth grade, again, the same thing. So going from 29 to 17, it is smaller, but it's not quite as significant as in the lower grades. When we look at 7th and 8th, 7th, there was just a tiny bit that moved out. 8th grade had a much larger group to begin with and left at 25% that are 2 or more grade levels below, which is really where we need to be focusing our energy because we want them ready for algebra. So really, really focusing in on their PLTs and their common formative assessments and how are they looking at that data and helping those kids that need prior years instruction, like they've missed a couple years that they need to catch up with, and the work that they're doing in their PLTs is where that is happening. And again, this just shows all the grade levels, 1st through 8th. Fall is orange, spring is blue, and I do have SBA if you are curious. 3rd grade, it shows 55%. They actually scored at 61% on SBA, so it was actually higher. 5th grade shows 60% on iReady and 48% on SBAC, so lower. And then 8th grade had 35% on iReady, but they had 42% on SBAC. So on those individual grades, there's some differences in how that is coming out. Now, on to our last piece. We talked about disparity gaps at the beginning and the plans that buildings had worked on. Oh, yes, you have a question.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Like where we were so
Yeah.
far? I've been wondering about sort of testing fatigue for students, just generally. I know that comes up. And it sounds like with our PLT process in the works, I'm curious if the mid-iReady, the midwinter, or the one we're about to
doing, yeah.
have, if that one is feeling even more useful now because teachers are really specifically honing in on things that they're working on collectively. So that's a side thought on that. On the frequency of iReady currently, I'm also curious over time as students age up if the fatigue is a different level. And the specific question is this: do the grades that we give, do teachers give in in-class assessments, like for the class of math? Do those match the iReady and the ESPA test results that students get, or is there I've done
disconnect.
this 10,000 times. I'm tired of this. It doesn't matter. It's not part of my GPA. Do we see a sort of shift in perspective from students on how serious they take it? Maybe. I'm just curious because there have to be a lot of different factors that go into whether a student performs well on a particular assessment, a day or whatever. And I'm just curious as they become more independent, more middle school, if there's more of a deviation or if it is pretty true.
Well, I think I have not gone back and looked at grades and done that comparison, but I think by having our common formative assessments going forward, we're going to have across the content area, every student taking the same assessment. We'll have our own internal data that will start to show us how are we doing, and being able to look at that data to say, okay, that we're all focused on numbers and operations in these lower grades. How are they doing with their common formative assessments? Which students are needing that extra support? What does that data look like for those students that are getting that extra support? Is it working? So I think that's where we're going to be able to start having that conversation about what's happening in the classroom and what's happening on these one-day snapshot pictures. I don't have that. That's just I'm so excited that we're going to, but we haven't been able to collect that data yet. I can say that grade levels are gathering grade level data. So they're saying all of the third graders that are in this math unit at this time are all taking the same common formative, that we're all looking at that data, we're all responding, and so we're going to be able to start doing that. So hopefully by next year we'll be able to share some of those experiences. We're seeing them now, and I have anecdotal stories, but I'm excited for a time where we can come back and say, see, look at the work they're doing, because they're out there doing it. So I'm not sure how. I mean, I'm sure I could probably dig out grades.
The grading question is a much bigger topic than it's going to go well beyond what we're kind of looking at tonight. At the elementary level, I would hypothesize that it's going to be really close, because at the elementary you have more of a standards-based report card, right, where we're giving some sort of a score on the standard, this particular skill or concept for children. When you get to the middle school and high school level and we shift to letter grades, if you were to open up grade books for every teacher, for example, at Ridgefield High School, what we're grading varies widely. And how students earn those grades also varies widely. So, we know from research a lot about what accurate grading looks like, but until we are in agreement around what we're teaching, how we're measuring, how we're assessing, that's really a step further down this PLC district-wide path. So we do have some groups that are, front runners on that, but I think we probably also still see extra credit for bringing in canned food for the food drive. So then if that brings up my math grade, that doesn't mean I know how to do the math that I should do at this grade level. So that's the tricky part when we start looking at those letter grades, is sometimes they're getting clouded by a lot of what we would call student behaviors versus student skills.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we go on to the disparity gaps?
I had one question that I think kind of goes back, but just remind me, are the iReady and the ESPA tests the same type of test, where it's like if you get it wrong, it gets harder, if you get it right, it gets easier, or vice versa? I mean,
iReady is adaptive, SBA is not.
Okay.
So iReady is going to let you, you're going to get to a point where you can't do anymore and you just keep going. SBAC has, these are the questions.
Okay.
So the first disparity gaps we wanted to look at was male and female, and we're looking at iReady reading, and female is in orange, male is in blue, all students is the dotted line, and the disparity number is at the top. So you can see in 21-22, there was a 3% difference between female and male, and then 2, and then 5, and then 9. So this year there's a little bit more disparity in reading. Then you go to math, and we're kind of 6%, 5%, 4%, 4%. So we're starting to close that disparity gap for male and females in math, with females slightly lower. This one, there's a lot going on here. So we're looking at iReady reading disparity gaps by race and ethnicity, and we looked at the race and ethnicity where we had more than 100 students, so that the group was large enough to actually consider relevant. The blue line is white students, the orange line is Hispanic Latinx, and the purple is 2 or more races. So those are the 3 categories. And the dotted line across is all students. So when we look at disparity for this graph, we're looking at based on the all students. So male and female was to each other, but For race ethnicity, it's all students to white, all students to two races, all students to Hispanics. So if you follow the line with the numbers along the top, which is the disparity, they are color-coded as well. So the first number is white, the disparity between all and white, and then the orange in the middle is Hispanic Latinx disparity, and then the 2+ races is the final one within each year, the 1%. So it's pretty clear that we still have a significant gap between our all students and our Hispanic Latinx. So we still have work to do on ways to start closing that gap. And then the next one is math. Same, white is blue, Hispanic is orange, 2+ races is purple, all students is the dotted line, and then if you look at the disparities along the top, the most obvious, again, is still our Hispanic and Latinx, and so that disparity gap is definitely still there, and that's, again, why we're seeing it in SIP plans. This is an area we need to focus on. The next one is low income versus non-low income. This is another one where you saw in plans, and as you can see, low income is the orange, non-low income is the blue, all students is the dashed line, the black, and then the disparity is up at the top. So we are 23% disparity gap as of last year. So definitely work to do there as well. And it's heartening to see that buildings are taking this on and really focusing on how can we start closing those gaps. And then for math, same, this is low income versus non-low income. And we are seeing 25%, 25%. We're still also working on getting those gaps. And then we have students with disabilities and non-students with disabilities, 41% gap. And so, again, this is where I really think when we are getting into those PLTs and those common formative assessments, and we're really looking at, okay, so does their label shouldn't matter. They're part of the group. They're coming in. Where are they on the continuum of learning to start closing that gap? Those questions are being asked now by grade level teams, like, well, they're not grade level, they're not even 1 year, they're 2, 3, how do I even know? And like, well, let's get in there and support you with tools that can help you identify it so that we can create some opportunities for those students to have not only access to the core, but targeted interventions that are going to help to close those gaps. So those conversations are most definitely happening because they're calling me. And then math, it is very similar, 37%. So I love to end the last slide on a fun one, but just to put together what 40+ slides we just went through, kind of summarize for you. Our students, they continue to outperform Washington State scores. We are very fortunate that we have such strong teachers and we have a strong community. We have people that really believe in education, and it shows in our scores. So we're very, very fortunate to live and work in this community. Our students are growing. They are growing across all measures. We are closing that 2 or more year gap, and we're growing the on-grade level. Screeners and interims show more students are on grade level at the end of each academic year compared to fall. 24-25 implementation of the new ELA curriculum shows promising initial results. District-wide PLC work is to align guaranteed standards, scope and sequence, and assessments, promote curriculum consistency, and reduce classroom variability. This is that work in progress. We're getting there, and it is a multi-year process. As to really get good at this, but we are committed. And then persistent disparities require continued focus. Strengthening Tier 1 instruction, early literacy, early numeracy remains essential. So we've got a good start in those first 3 or 4, K3, we're really solid. We just need to keep building it up. So thank you for spending the evening with me. And you're going to make it home before your Thanksgiving dinner. Are there any other questions or?
I had one more question that was from earlier on. When you talked about the dyslexia screener, you said it was for K through 2nd grade, and I was just curious what happens with kids who come in either after 2nd grade but from a different state. Like, how do we pick them up and make sure they're getting the services they need if they aren't getting screened where they're coming from?
Well, what is interesting is we already have a really good system with our diagnostics. And so when the state said you need to be doing dyslexia screeners, we're like, okay. We only had to add one component to our K1, and that is called random automatized naming, and it's not appropriate for the upper grades. They start using passage reading fluency, which all of our students, I think 3 or 4 years ago, that we started requiring at each benchmark, that they also, in addition to taking the online component, they have a reading passage that the teacher listens to them read and gathers that information. So those pieces can be used. If their passage reading fluency is below the 30th percentile, they then are a 3rd grade, 4th grade, whatever. We're going to go back and say, okay, well, how is their phonics? And we have a diagnostic decoding survey that they get, and that tells us this is where they're at, this is where we're going to start. And we're using that assessment and the materials that come with it, at least K through 6, some ELD, some of our English language development, because they're going to come to English language and be ready for that at different ages, different grades. So we're ready to plug in as soon as they're ready. So those upper grades are also using it, but in a little different way. So though we don't have an assessment that says you are at risk for dyslexia, we can pinpoint where is it missing and what can we do to help those students whenever they come to us.
So I like assessments, right? But I'm assuming teachers might not like assessments, and lots of them, but that's I think it's an important buy-in that we have to have so that we can, I'm just putting things together, 7th and 8th grade, if we would have caught through assessments in that 2nd, 3rd, or 4th grade, we probably wouldn't have the disparities that we have now. And the way I'm seeing this is about early detection.
Yes.
And then being able to be laser focused on how we implement plans. And so the buy-in has to be, one, as from the district, that this is important. Mm-hmm. And then 2, the principals and teachers need to be on that same page, because if a teacher's like saying, we've got another assessment, you're going to have that testing fatigue where it's not, is it important? Is it not important? Is it a waste of my time? But if all the way down the line, everybody is buying in that this is important, I don't think you'll see the testing fatigue, because it's just what we do. Mm-hmm. And kids don't, they take leadership.
They take their cues.
Yep. And so if somebody's dragging the anchor mm-hmm. and they're not picking up an oar, mm-hmm. the kids are going to do the same thing. And so that's a kind of, I just remember years ago, kind of teachers kind of picking what they were going to implement, and I don't really agree with that, and they weren't all on the same page. And I think we're seeing those in the testing, in the assessments now at those later 7th and 8th grade classes. Is so I like it, and I know it's hard to get the buy-in, but I hope we get it, and we keep that. Just we need it, it's not a grading, it's more of a fixing tool. So we can shrink those gaps. So
Yeah, and it's really seeing the relevance of when we're using iReady as that interim, but we already have the CFA cycles in place, then, the intent is that by the time they get to an interim, like, let's show it. We know you can. You're doing it here. We have evidence here. We have evidence here. Let's just show it. You've got this. And also having across a grade level, the commitment to staying focused on this is what we are guaranteeing, and their opportunity to learn and work together on what does that mean, how do I deliver that, building on that consistency, so that it's equitable, that all students are receiving instruction on these guaranteed standards in a way that honors the teacher's autonomy in how I teach, but we're going to agree on what we teach because we know we have to guarantee this. That's going to just take some time, but they are in control of it at the same time. They choose that guaranteed standard. They choose those common formatives so that by the time the interims come along, the vision is that it will be a time to celebrate.
yeah, I see the vision.
I just want to also, you put up all the grades and how they had improved from the start of the year to the other end of the year, and I felt like cheering for every group of age level teachers, so I don't know where or when or how we collectively celebrate that progress and the gains that were made, but I just want to say here publicly, to a room full of not a ton of people, but that very important people who are here the night before a break. But that just seems like really wonderful to see that every grade level in both of those subjects that we are tracking, huge improvements are made in a year. That's exciting to see. So I'm happy to be able to keep looking at that over time as we go. And then Director Jones, hearing you talk about sort of getting people on board of why this is important, and students look to their adults to help them sort of motivate. But also as a parent, I was sitting here thinking, my goodness, I understand the why of iReady in a different way than I did before, even though I sort of get to hear about this a lot. And I don't suggest 40 slides for everybody. But I think the more that we can continue to share with all of the adults in our community and system, parents and families at home too, that feels really important because, I spend a lot of time pumping my kids up when it's iReady time because they do not love it, even though they are generally pretty great at school and they love their schools and their teachers. But it's not their favorite part of it, right? So me being able to say to them, this isn't about whether you're good or bad at this. This is so your teachers can know where you're at and how they can help you improve. That it would be, I think, helpful for us to think about as a district, how we're communicating about assessments broadly. Because the why, that was one of my take homes from the conference. Knowing the why really does change how we do what we're doing. So. Just my reflection on your reflection.
Okay.
Thanks, Tiffany.
Thank you.
Okay. If we want to click to the next, I'm pretty sure that it is Executive Director Paula McCoy. And thanks for hanging in here. One meeting a month means it's a jam-packed meeting tonight, but We are pretty excited, in addition to all the awesome teaching and learning information that you just got to walk through, to share with you this evening the year-end fiscal report for last school year, so 24-25. And some people may be thinking, it's November, folks. And I just want to remind everyone that our fiscal year ends August 31st, and then there is quite the process to cross off every list item, check every little number in there, and close things out. And so excited to have Executive Director McCoy share with us how we did last year.
Yes, and this report was just submitted to OSPI this month on International Accounting Day, November 10th. What a way to recognize our accountants by turning in a report. Yes, well, thank you. I want to thank the board for allowing us to present. I don't have 40 slides for you tonight, so I'm going to try not to give you a financial intermission here. But as Jenny mentioned, we do have the annual financial report for the board. While it's not 40 slides, it's about 80 pages, but we're not going to go through all 80 pages. I'm going to go through and just highlight some of the information for the board. This report, in all of its glory, is going to be available on OSPI's website along with every other school district in the state in the month of January. And we should have it up on the district's financial page if it's not already. Oh, great. So it's already up on the finance page for the general public. And this will be the report, a more condensed version that the state auditor's office will audit when they come out sometime in early winter to audit the school district. So this is what they'll be auditing. All right. And to start off, as we go through the report, we're going to highlight some of starting with the budget information. So what we present in the financial report, and I'll go through some of the fund information here in a minute, but this year we actually had started the year in a deficit position, and if the board recalls, we missed our revenue forecast by a little bit. So that started us off in a position where we needed to trim the budget down. As the year progressed, however, we actually had some things work in our favor on the revenue side. And as the year went through and we presented our financial updates, we talked about several factors that occurred throughout the year, some of which were one-time revenue increases for the district, and some of which were also tied to the way that the school district is funded. So in the fall, we did a board presentation that talks about how school districts are funded in Washington State. And depending upon when you do your budget and where the kids actually come in and how they're enrolled, that really drives a lot of the funding for school districts in Washington State. And the way that we budget our revenue, we assume certain class sizes at certain grade levels. And we budget on a conservative basis those class sizes, but we staff on a different basis. So we try to make sure that we have enough staff so that when we start the year, we're not starting with class sizes in overload. But on the revenue side, we budget a little bit more conservatively so that we're not in a situation where we're missing significantly our revenue targets. Hopefully that makes sense. So when we started the year, our enrollment actually came in so that we were meeting more of our class size portion of our enrollment. So we actually budgeted the class size component of enrollment a little bit better than how the budget came in, which actually benefited us on the funding side. And also our Running Start enrollment, we had higher Running Start numbers than what we originally anticipated. And actually, that was about 30 FTE higher than what we had budgeted. So those were on the basic ed side, things that really benefited us. And when we look at all of our components of revenue, and we'll go through that in a minute, you'll see that on budget to actual, almost every category of enrollment or of our budget for revenue came in higher than what we projected in the budget. And some of the other factors on the enrollment or on revenue I listed here that actually came in our favor. Our community ed program, we were about 40% higher on our community ed than what we projected. And that's just due to the program that our community ed director's been running. It's a fabulous program. She's really invested a lot of time and resources in that program. We also benefited from some additional one-time revenue. The state legislature in June gave us about $200,000 in unanticipated, unexpected state resources to help offset some MSOC funding. We got some additional safety net revenue, which came in August, and that was about $200,000 more than what we had projected in the budget, leading to some additional state resources. And then also, we ended the year with our investment income coming in about $200,000 higher than what we typically see, and that's just due to how the pool with the state treasurer did overall. And so all of those factors as a whole led to our revenues coming in over budget by about $1.3 million. So even though we started upside down with our enrollment, with all of those factors combined, our revenues came in over budget by $1.3 million on a year that we missed our enrollment. So that's pretty good.
Good job.
Okay, so now let's talk about expenditures. So we're gonna go revisit last year's budget, which when we did our budget meeting, this was not a fun meeting because we had to trim the budget. We had to right size some things. We started in a deficit. We also realized that we were overstaffed in some areas, so we had to have some uncomfortable budget discussions. We cut, as a part in preparation for that year, we cut some positions out of the budget to save some money to help offset the deficit. And so I've listed for you some of the staffing reductions that we did in anticipation of that budget year. And then we also, throughout the year, continued to trim the budget to make sure that we weren't going to end the year in a deficit position. So when we offset and have a year where we're trying to trim the deficit, and then also have a year where we have the increase in revenues, we had an opportunity to kind of right-size that budget situation. And then in the fall, we find out about our roofing situation on top of that. So that kind of added to the situation, the need to do some additional monitoring of the budget situation. And as we kind of continued the year, we were able to figure out a financing plan to make sure that we had some resources to allocate towards the roofing situation. And we'll get to that here in a minute, how we did that. But that's leading up to give you a quick update on how the planning that went into the budget. So now let's give you a quick overview of how the budget ended. So as a reminder, we have 5 funds that we include in the operating or in the budget for the district. The general fund is our general operations budget that covers all staffing and all of our maintenance and facilities and food service. So that's our general operations fund. Capital projects is what builds our schools and does our major renovations. So the roofing projects are going to be under capital projects. And the construction of the elementary school will be in that fund. Debt service is how we service our bonds. So we levy a debt service levy to pay back the bonds that are outstanding. and that's all the activity that's in that fund. Transportation fund, that is solely a fund that we use to pay K-Whirl and the operating contract that we have for the capital bus replacement only. And not the operations of K-Whirl, just that capital component. And then the ASB is the student organizations. So that is the elementaries have like a small student organization fund, and then most of it's the high school, and then a little bit, about 50,000 of that is the middle school. And so that's the 5 funds that we have as a district. You'll see a line for transfers there. That is the interfund activity. So the $2.5 million under capital projects, that came out of the general fund for the roofing projects. We transferred that through the board. We did a resolution to pay for the roofing projects. There's an additional amount that comes out of general to go to the transportation fund to cover the capital amount that we owe for the capital bus purchases. And that's the $123,000. And that, for the most part, is an annual payment, although I think we're not doing that payment this year. I think the co-op voted to not do that payment this year. And so you can kind of see a summary of the revenues, expenses, and the change in the fund balance. So really for this year, we're very fortunate for our general operations fund because really of our operations and our conservative and the one-time revenue, we were actually able to have about an $800,000 impact in our general fund, which is going to come in to play when we get to a future slide where we're going to talk about our capital projects and the financing that we need for our new construction of our elementary. We have a item that we need to talk about when we get later in the presentation. But that's a quick summary of what's going on with the closeout of our finances for this year. So let's give a recap of the different sources of revenue. The largest portion of revenue that we receive as a school district, that orange section, is tied to enrollment. So this is the money that comes from the categories of enrollment as a school district, and that's around 61%. The red state money is for like our special education students. We get some students for English language learners, and then some for additional supports for LAP. What does the LAP program stand for? Learning Assistance Program. And so that's the red component of, and transportation, that's where our K-Whirl activity is. The blue section, local taxes, that's our local levy, and so that's about 15.4% of our budget. And then non-tax, that's where our food service program, the portion that's supported by user fees, the community ed program, the child care program, the portion that's tuition-based, and our facilities revenue from user charges. And then there's a small piece that's for class fees that sits in there. That's all that fee-based revenue of the budget. And then we also had about $1.7 million in federal grant revenues as a school district. The largest of which is special education, which is about $700,000, and then food service is another big portion, which is also about $650,000. Those are our largest 2 federal programs as a school district. I'm going to pause in case there's any questions. I kind of gone a little quickly here. Okay. So here's our budget to actual on revenues, and then our actual totals. The actuals are in orange, and then the totals of the actual are above the slide there. So local taxes, we took in about $11 million. state apportionment, that's our enrollment-based revenue. We took in about $43 million last year, and then that state special purpose money, most of which is special education, we took in just under $12 million. That's kind of a quick summary of what we're receiving, and then that $1.7 million in federal grant revenue that I mentioned. All right, so now we're going to look real quickly at the expenditures. Expenditures include everything but those operating transfers, which is about $2.6 million, which you saw on the other slide. But this is a real quick snapshot of how we spend our money, or how we spent our money last year. The lion's share is obviously teaching and student support, so our teachers in the classroom. That makes up 58% of our budget. Curriculum and teaching support, that's basically professional development and curriculum for the district. That's another 4% of the budget. Administration, this is the superintendent, the board, the business office, Joe, and all of the administrative functions. Joe, Joe, this is you. This is the administrative aspects of the school district. And then building and operations, that's your food service, your transportation, your utilities, your maintenance, your facilities. School health and safety, that's going to be your nursing functions, your psychologists, your mental health supports, and our security officers. And then extracurricular, I can't see, that's about 2% of the budget. That's obviously our athletics and extracurricular activities. And we always get asked this question by the public, but how much of our money is spent on instruction versus non-instruction? About 70% of our budget is spent on instruction. The non-instruction is obviously like the maintenance and the transportation and the food service and basically the things to run the district. The things that don't directly touch the classroom, that's our non-instruction, but are necessary to have a classroom. And the total cost per student last year to run everything in the district was just shy of the $16,900. So that was how much we spent per student last year.
Paula, this is a good data point. In addition to this, you've shared the number before of total percentage of the budget that goes to personnel.
Oh, that's coming up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, that's one I think we should all know off the top of our head as well.
Yes.
So, Paula, I had a quick question. That 70-30 split, is that pretty typical in school districts?
Yeah, and it stayed pretty consistent. I was looking at the data for the last 2 years. We've stayed consistent. It's pretty close for districts of similar size. This actually appears in the report card. If you were to go to OSPI's report card, you can actually look up other districts. This is one of the data points that you can see for other districts. It's pretty close to other districts of similar size. Now, what's not close is the 16.8. This depends on how much you get in other funding. So we are a low poverty, or we don't have a lot of low poverty in our district. So we don't get the funding that districts that have a high percentage of students that are low poverty receive. So our cost per student is much lower because our resources are much lower. So if you were to look at per se, Evergreen, Vancouver, basically districts that have a higher percentage of students that are free and reduced, that number is going to look very different. It's going to be much higher. Now, if you look at a La Center or a Hawkinson, or even a Camas, districts that are economically similar in terms of the percentage of students that are free and reduced, their numbers are gonna look very similar to ours because their resources are gonna be similar to ours. But you're not playing with apples to apples when you go to districts that have a higher percentage of free and reduced because they get a lot more resources. They qualify for more resources. So, but that's a good data point to look at. All right, so now let's look at budget to actual and, I wrote this down. This is the answer to, or part of the answer to our question that you asked. And the other part is on the next slide. So the percentage of how much we spend on staff salaries. So just based on our employees that we pay through payroll, that number is 77% of our budget. But we have a bunch of staff that we contract through service providers. And they are represented in the $12,600,000 on the slide under purchase services, which I'm going to show you the breakdown of that on the next slide. So just around 77% of our costs as a district are people that we hire and employ. For a typical district, that is closer to 90% of your budget. For us, I'll tell you what the number is. It's 87% last year. 87% of our budget was spent on employees or employee costs or contracted, including our contracted staff. So we're pretty close to typical.
On that, Paula, so things that regarding people is columns 1, 2, 3, and 5. Is that accurate?
Yes. So
okay.
1, 2,
That's what
3,
gives
and
us
5.
that number?
Yep.
Okay.
So the portion of column 5 is on the next slide of the presentation. So 77% of our total budget is people that we actually hire. 3.6 of our budget is the supplies, the 2.4 million. The purchase services represents 18.5% of our budget. I didn't break out the percentages for the other couple categories there, but those are the majority of our costs in those categories. And you can see we were under budget, and that was really due to controlled spending in all of those categories, except for the transfers out. But let's get to the next slide, which is breaking out how much we're spending on contracted staff and who we're contracting out with. The largest component is really our contract with K-World, which is our bus operations, and that's just under $3.5 million is our bus. And this makes up just under 10% of our budget. So 10% of our $68 million budget is contracted employees. So K-World is the largest, representing 5% of the budget. The next largest is our custodial staff, just under $1.6 million is our custodians, and then our food service operations are just under $1.3 million. So that's and then last year we did have, when we have teachers that are out of the classroom, and if they're like a specialist position, sometimes we actually have to contract out those positions because we can't hire substitutes that have the right qualifications. And so last year we did have contracted services for like those specialized positions. Usually it's like an ESA, behavioral health position, or a speech and language pathologist, or a psychologist. So we need somebody with that specialized skill set to cover those positions that are on leave. And that's what those other categories are. All right, so this this is something that I want you to put in your pocket for when you meet with your legislative representatives come January. So I'm also going to take you down on a path of memory lane. Last year, we talked about in our funding presentation, the state gives us money for things like materials and supplies and substitutes and special education. And the gist of the presentation was, while we appreciate how much money they're giving us, it doesn't quite cover the bill. This is a follow-up to that presentation, looking at 24-25, how close did the funding come to covering the bill? So these are those same categories. So first, looking at our materials and supplies. So even after they gave us that $200,000, thank you very much, in the month of June, the $200,000, while we appreciated it, and we cut our budget, remember, we cut our budget. So our budget went from $10,200,000 in the year before. We cut it to 9.2, and we got an additional $200,000. We still didn't have enough money. We were short $3 million on covering our materials and supplies from the funding that the legislative members gave us. So this is something that we would like the legislature to know, that the funding is still not sufficient to cover basic education needs for school districts. It didn't even cover our utility increase and our insurance cost increase, the $200,000. So that's operating costs, or materials, supplies, and operating costs there. So now let's look at special education. So special education, we did get an increase in our safety net funds. Safety net covers your costs when you have a student that has some really extensive needs, and you can apply for this extra pot of money to cover those supplemental costs that are not covered by the basic funding that you get for those students. We did qualify for some additional safety net to the tune of like another $200,000. And then we also got increased funding last year for safety net. So our special education expenditures last year was approximately $8.7 million. The expenditures, however, were almost $10.2 million. So we had a deficit of $1.4 million on our special education program. Thank you for the additional funding. We really appreciate it, but it still missed the mark. The deficit went from the year prior, $1.1 million to $1.4 million. They still missed the mark on safety, or on special education.
Paula, are those actual expenses, people, staff?
It's majority of
Educators
it is
and paras?
staff. Yes, yeah, majority of it's staff. And we're gonna get to this year's budget. I put a pin in that. We're gonna come to 25-26 in a minute. So let's look at the last area, which is substitutes. So substitutes, I'm gonna give you a quick recap, going back to last year. Reminder how the state funds or doesn't fund substitutes. For the state funding formula, the state does not provide funding for any classified substitutes. For certificated, they fund us 4 days for every funded unit at a rate of approximately $157 a day. We pay our substitutes $185 a day. Last year we paid them $172, if I'm not mistaken. They have not changed that rate of $157 a day for over 10 years. We are required by law to give our staff 10 days of sick leave a year. They fund us for 4. For classified staff, we're still required to give them 10 days of sick leave. They don't give us funding for any days for classified staff. So this is our substitutes, and the funding that we got for all substitutes, this includes special programs. We received funding of $524,000. Thank you very much. We spent $1.5 million on substitutes as a district. We were underfunded by $1 million. The year prior, we were underfunded by $846,000. So the legislature has not addressed this issue yet. This is a statewide issue. So these are the three areas that we've just talked about: special education, substitutes, and materials and supply costs have continued and will remain to be top priorities for school districts because they are our number one, number two, number three most underfunded areas for school districts in Washington. So if you have an opportunity to talk to our legislative reps, you have the information for Ridgefield School District. I wanted you to have this information. This is our data for our district. Like, the issue still remains. We've got, they have not done their duty. And I'm gonna stop now.
They need an assessment.
They need an assessment. Tiffany, you need to give them an assessment. All right. So let's close out the annual report. So I wanted to close out on the use of the transfer. We talked about the transfer to the Capital Projects Fund for the roofing project, but I want to close out the use of our maintenance reserve. So we talked about in our August financial update that we would need to use part of our maintenance reserve to cover the roofing project. We did do that, and we were able to reduce the estimated use of the maintenance reserve because we got that grant reimbursement, if you recall, from the State Department of Commerce, which was a refund from the ELC construction, and that was about $325,000. So that we were able to apply. It had to stay in the Capital Projects Fund, but we were able to use that funding towards the roofing project, which reduced our need to draw down the maintenance reserve. So now the net effect on the maintenance reserve was only $400,000 instead of $900,000. So that was good news for us. We were able to cover the $2.9 million of roofing using only $400,000 of our maintenance reserve and the $2.5 million from the general fund. So that actually was actually a also unanticipated revenue coming in this year. We've already talked about the other point that I wanted to make, which was our intentional and continued cost-cutting measures throughout the year. Any questions on the annual report before I move on to the financial update? That was a lot of information.
I don't have a question, but what I do know is setting budgets and staying on budgets is hard, and it takes there's a lot of unknowns, and so starting in a deficit and in the positive is not by chance or luck. It was by design, and there's critical decisions being made, and I just want to say thank you to everybody that was involved to do that critical thinking and making tough decisions and making sure that budgetarily we were on point. So thank you.
All right. so one more report and then we'll be done with the financial update. So now this is your regular scheduled programming. All right. So quick update on our November enrollment. So November enrollment, we are at 4233. As a quick recap, our budget for the 25-26 year, we had budgeted enrollment at 4323. So the difference is just under 90 FTE. So that, the net impact of that delta in enrollment right now as it stands on state revenue, that's about a $950,000 difference in our state budget number for revenue. I did want to say we do have some unanticipated revenue, and there's one more I'm going to add to the slide. So we did actually receive a insurance refund that offsets that $950 of about $134, and that actually came in unexpectedly. We get the district is self-insured for workers' comp and unemployment. And every year they do an actuarial analysis of the pool through EST 112 to see if the reserves are sufficient to cover their claims. And as a result of that actuarial analysis, they decided that their claims reserve was actually overfunded, which is what triggered that refund to all of the claims or the pool participants. And so the net of both of the workers' comp and unemployment was the $134. And that has only happened a couple times since I've been here. So that was a positive to the budget. And then we got another surprise, which I told Jenny today. On top of the $134, we actually found out that we got a outdoor school grant reimbursement, and that was $117 in unexpected revenue. We didn't think we were going to get that, and that offsets CISPIS. As some of you know, the majority of CISPIS is not funded, and the district received notice, I want to say it was about a month ago, that we may be eligible to get some of those costs reimbursed, but they said you're low on the list if they had funds left over and to submit. And so we're like, okay, we'll just try to submit. And we ended up getting a reimbursement. So that was unanticipated. So that also offsets that $950. So we're chipping away at the deficit there a little bit. There is some news, however, on the SPED side of the budget that I want to share with you. And that is starting the year, we are in a position right now that we've had to add a lot of staff since the beginning of the year. And a lot of the SPED budget is driven off of individualized student learning plans. And so we don't really have control over that. And we've had to add over 10 paraprofessionals in that program, and then one additional teacher since we adopted the budget. And so that net impact right now is about $600,000 just to that one department. And that is unanticipated. And some of that will be offset with safety net. And the estimate right now is about $400,000. But as the year kind of progresses, we'll have better information. But right now, that's kind of where that budget's at. So I wanted to give you a quick update on that as well. So I should have picked a better color. Enrollment, looking at the month of November, historically, at this point last year, we're at 4231 for this time for our basic ed enrollment. Last year we were at, or 4231 last year, or at this point we were at 4168. So that's about a 60 FTE difference between this month this year and this month last year. And then the other slides show you the past couple Novembers as well. Looking at our general fund revenue budget to actual, we're with the exception of our projected decrease in state revenue, the rest of our enrollments are, or rest of our revenue is coming in right now where it's anticipated. We'll continue to watch the other programs and obviously to make sure that we're still on target. But I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see community ed, just from what I'm seeing right now, continue to grow. That program seems to be doing really well in this fall, but right now revenue for the rest of the district seems to be on target. Okay, expenditures. This is an area that I want to point out a couple things. So with a new year, we have a new minimum board fund balance policy threshold. That is now 5.2 million. That went up from 4.9 million last year, and that's tied right now to the expenditure threshold. The adopted budget, it's 7.9 or 7.0% of our operating expenditures. That's our board policy. And because our expenditure budget is roughly 75 million, that's setting that fund balance threshold. And the green line represents where our fund balance policy is on the slide there. And as a quick reminder, as a school district, our majority of our revenue comes in as a district on the very last business day of the month. And throughout the month, we're having to run payables batches. And then we front fund payroll a couple days before the end of the month so that we can actually pay payroll on the last day of the month. So fund balance is very important for us as a district to actually have money in the bank to pay payroll. And I want to mention today, I mentioned a factoid to Jenny earlier, we actually set a new record for largest payroll for Ridgefield School District today. We hit $5 million for our payroll. And I remember, it was, I swear it was last year, we had a month where all of our expenses were $5 million. This month, just our payroll was $5 million. So that is just, it's crazy to think that that's our payroll now. So this is, it's very important for me to continue to monitor this, but what's more typical for us is about a $4.6 to $4.7 million payroll. This month we paid off some one-time payments to our teachers, which is why it's higher, but we did set a new record. Cash flow, this is our monthly cash flow for September and October. Our actual for the previous year is in blue, and the current year is in the orange there, and then the actual numbers are appearing in orange. And you can see that we're following so far where the natural curve. Our peak points are in the months of October and April when we get our tax revenues from the county. Payroll expenditures, this is our budget to actual, and then our previous 24-25. September is always an unusual month, and also August because of when we do our accruals for our accounting. We take any monies that are paid in the month of September but are for August hours. We have to actually move those back to the month of August. And in the month of September, the payroll is actually reduced to like 3.7 million because we had a lot of August time that was actually paid on the month of September's paycheck. So September is considerably reduced because of the amount of August hours. So August, the prior year, is distorted. You can see that huge increase in the month of August in the black because of the amount that we had to move back to August, which is accounting for that. And then October is pretty close to our actual, what we budgeted. All right, and then this is my last slide, but I want to give a quick update on our financing for our new construction of our elementary school, and also wrap in that comment on year end. So like we do for our cash flow for our paying our regular bills, we also have to balance cash flow for the paying for the construction costs of the new elementary. And we work very closely with the construction management crew, and also we've included the county treasurer in this conversation as we look at different ways to cover the gaps in between when our capital levy comes in. We do have some gaps in our cash flow in order to cover there's about 11 months in our cash flow where we have to wait for the next year's capital levy in order to cover the closeout of our elementary construction. And we worked with financing managers at ESD 112 to look at different options, and then also reached out to the county treasurer to look at some other options, and really discussed what are the options available and what is the lowest cost best option for the district. And we have the opportunity to take out what's called a registered warrant with Clark County Treasurer. So basically working with the people that hold our money and actually get a considerably low interest loan from Clark County versus going out to a bank and paying more in financing costs. And so that is something that we're looking at doing, and we'll bring to the board a future action to do that. But looking at our anticipated financing needs for the new elementary, we're going to need to do that in the next few months. And the interest rate would be tied to the local government investment pool, which is typically how the counties work. And that rate is right now sitting around 3.5%, which is pretty low, plus 75 basis points. And the thing about when you take out financing for a capital project, you can't use a capital levy, and you can't use impact fee money to pay back that financing. So we'd have to use our general operations fund to pay back the interest. And so that money that we had saved on 24-25 is about what that interest would cost us for that time period that we would need to finance. And so we've earmarked that money in the 24-25 so that we would have it available to cover these one-time financing costs, if that makes sense. Yeah, so that's a wrap up. But we should be able to cover the time period and take out in short-term financing about $15 million and have that repaid in about 12 months and be able to use our capital levy to do that. And the cost would only be about $850,000 using this option. If we went with a private bank, we'd be looking at an additional at least 1.5% in terms of interest. And that was based on a conversation that we had with Mark Pressing, our financial advisor, earlier in the year. But that's a quick update on the elementary financing. All right, and I think that's my last, oh, nope. I think that's a misplaced slide. I think I am done. All right, any questions?
Quick question, just
Yes.
grants. We've benefited from SCAP. You touched on grants. Who on our team owns those and making sure that we're exploring every option we have?
So SCAP, we're actually using for our new elementary, and we work with OSPI, but you're talking about...
I'm asking who on our team handles exploring all grants Dr. Rodriguez? Okay. Because I just did some quick research, and there's a lot of things out there, and I just wonder, are we applying for as many as we can? Are we exploring these? And so, just curious.
Sometimes the juice isn't worth the squeeze.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, yes, there's lots of grants, there's lots of red tape, there's often requirements, or even just the time investment of staff's time to apply is sometimes not worth
Sure.
what we can get. We're always looking for ones that are going to be worth the effort. Tiffany does all the applications for our special programs. Jill Ninehouse, who's our new director of CTE, did Perkins for the first time this year, so we generated some money with that. Safety grants, Dr. Ellis is working on those. Safety Net, Curtis and his team work on Safety Net. So it's typically folks are working within their sphere to access what they can.
Okay, helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, great question. All right.
Thanks, Paul. And if it's okay with you, yeah, okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. If it wasn't okay with you, we were leaving.
Were you gonna go?
into the building. Thank goodness there was a guy sitting at a table. And I'm like, tick, 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 tick. And he got up and let me in. And I said, thank you very much. And then I get over here and it's like, tick, 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 tick. No, I looked back a couple times and then Amber was like, it's the Lewis. I was like, oh no. It's too late for her flight. He's in Montgomery.
coffee. Ask Tyler. He'll bring you stuff.
Donna, how are you?
I'm a popsicle. Are you cold, really? I am freezing. It's sitting up here rubbing my legs, contemplating
What?
putting on my hood.
They keep it down. If it was hot, we might be like dozing off.
Worse than I already am.
I would be. I know that wasn't 5 exact, but I might not have been able to focus.
No, the break was happening. What? It was like,
We either like acknowledge it,
yeah.
or we like slowly slide.
I was like, gonna. Well, I told Jenny, I said, I asked you, but if you said no, we were going
gonna do it
anyways.
anyway.
It's a courtesy ask, but because I needed to leave about 15 minutes before that.
I was like, my body was like,
I need food.
did not plan well. Oh my gosh, Tyler. You know, I need a little like, we need like a little tiny thing on a popsicle stick, like food, please. Yeah, good sugar crash. Oh my gosh.
I'm going LaCroix, even though I was leaning that way. This is a surefire.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. All the good stuff. I'm a big Spindrift fan. I mean that's but I'm good. I've got my water. Yeah, they're perfect.
It's
Yeah.
got a hint of juice.
They're a little
I'm
too,
good. I'm good.
like, blonde for me. Sometimes I like just a smidge more. Yeah, I think the LaCroix have a smidge more flavor. But maybe it was the flavors I got. Now I need a double fist and have both. You really missed out, Brett. I'll just leave it at that.
Not on the mics, but
Yeah, I know you would.
Okay. We are going to resume the meeting. And
bless those
yeah,
4 people
so
online.
you,
Yep, okay.
Recharged. I'm ready.
Okay, everybody got their snacks, their coffee, their restroom breaks. So here we go. Several other important things. So big thank you to my team for great reports this evening. Federal updates. If you aren't following, we continue to just get new information on the regular. So the Department of Education at the federal level is implementing what are called IAAs, which is interagency agreements. All elementary and secondary education functions and grants are being moved over to the U.S. Department of Labor, and you can see the huge list of programs that now will be administered by the Department of Labor with oversight by the Department of Education. We don't really know what that means yet, so we're just kind of waiting to see. But the staff employed by the Department of Education continues to decrease, which is likely to present some challenges over the next period of time, as completely different departments now are tasked with running these programs. Native education functions are also moving. They're moving to the Department of Interior. Other various functions are going other places, but these are the two that are most impactful for education. State updates, just a quick recap on the state budget outlook. The Economic and Revenue Forecast Council, or ERFC, they published their latest forecast last week. They are showing just a really tiny increase in revenue for the 25-27 biennium, the current biennium, a tiny increase from their last report, which shows that overall we're down. A minimal decrease in the revenue for the 27-29 biennium, and the next forecast is due out in February, which is, as you know, well into the legislative session at that point. The Caseload Forecast Council, they also do forecasts for us. So they published a November caseload forecast 2 weeks ago, projecting that there is higher than what was planned or anticipated special education enrollment across the state, which means increased safety net needs. They're also seeing an increased learning assistance program, or LAP, funding needs. You heard about that, those funds a little earlier. So basically, they're just saying, hey, there's a higher need than what we budgeted for. So that picture that you saw from Paula of the deficits in terms of state funding for mandatory programs is going to continue to grow. And then I did want to share, just in line with Executive Director McCoy's presentation, the school financial health indicator. So OSPI's Chief Financial Officer, TJ Kelly, who's been in the role for a really long time and is very well respected, presented on school district financial health at the WASDA conference, which most of us were at last week. And they have published a financial health checklist with these metrics, and I just thought I would include it here for you. But you basically go through and read the questions, and it's a yes or a no. So for example, the first is the current year-end projected fund balance less than the beginning fund balance. We would be able to say no, because as you know, we brought you a balanced budget when we came to adopt this year's budget. Is the total enrollment less than the prior school year? No, you just saw in Paula's report, we are up 63 students. That's just shy of about 1.5%. We continue to tweak and fine-tune our enrollment projections moving forward, because we're really trying to hit the mark and not overestimate the number of students, because as you saw, that has a pretty significant impact on our budget when we miss that number. You could go through each of these, and what I would tell you is that we're a no for every one of them, which means we are in the enviable position of having strong financial health of our district. There are very few districts that could say that right now. We are in really good shape, and so we're going to continue to do what we do, which is to budget conservatively. I have no problem saying no often. We continue to really, every time a job opens, think about, do we absolutely need that to fill it or not? So cost-saving measures, as Paula alluded to. So we're doing everything we can to maintain the financial health and sustainability of our district long-term. Related capital project update, again, just in tandem with Paula this evening, but Sunset Ridge Elementary updates for you. So we call FFE, Furniture, Fixtures, and Equipment. We are finalizing our selections and options. We have a furniture fair next week, so for any staff that are tuning in, we will be at South Ridge on Tuesday, Sunset Ridge on Wednesday, and Union Ridge on Thursday. Mostly hanging out in staff lounges so that teachers can give us some feedback on which teacher chair they like better. They can take a look at the student desk. We have some selection for the big carpets that you always see at elementary schools. So it'll be fun, and we'll get some direct feedback from the end users, from our teachers, around some of those items. Playground equipment, we have finalized the selections. We honestly are like down to the very last little bits of color selection. We did make substantial updates. So the school design, as you know, we made limited updates and really just cost-saving measures based on the feedback from the community. The playground was also fully designed like 8 years ago. And there was a desire for it to be inclusive, and some of the selections were a lot of ramps, a lot of long walkways. There are really so many more options now for inclusive play structures. So we made the decision, we swapped out almost everything to really try and ensure that there's as much play space as possible for all kids. One of the other upgrades that we've talked about once before, but just a reminder, is we swapped out the bark below the play structures for the foam tiles. And honestly, that's one of the most important things when it comes to mobility, is to have that solid ground to walk on and to move on. So I'm super excited about the playground. I honestly can't wait for everything to be in. I think it's going to be a playground that people want to visit on the weekend. So really excited to see that come together. Centegix, which is our badge safety system. Dr. Ellis spoke about that with us before, but where you can use to call for help for a medical emergency, a student situation, or in the event of a lockdown, to put the entire building into lockdown immediately. We have to be on the same system district-wide. We are choosing to go ahead and go to the new upgraded system at Sunset Ridge, which means that we will need to upgrade to the newer system at all of our other campuses. So we are scheduling to do that this summer. So every campus will have upgraded safety system in place before next fall. And then on a financial update with the project, we are keeping change orders to a minimum. I think a big thank you to our construction management firm and the individual that we're working with, who's really fighting on our behalf to reduce every potential change order as they can. Continuing to utilize our developer impact fees to pay construction costs. You heard Paula talk about, we're going to work with the county treasurer to front fund those capital levy funds. That capital levy is to fund this project primarily, and the roof projects. And because it's a levy, not a bond, the money doesn't come at the front end. So we're waiting for that money to come in. The first installment from last year's successful capital levy is April of 26. But we are holding everyone to this timeline of opening the school next fall. And so we've got to do some things to short-term front fund, and then we will pay the county back. So we have a plan in place for that, and a big thank you to the Clark County Treasurer's Office. They have been lovely to work with. Updated picture for you. Actually pulled this one late last week, so there's probably even more stuff, but like, we don't just have framing, like there's walls going on the framing, so it's pretty exciting. You can see the classrooms are basically all framed out around the building. You can see where the main office is. The gym, I should put a little arrow. You just can't see it, but it's back behind that corner because of just where the camera is at. So we are cruising along, and fairly soon we will be getting vapor barrier up there on that roof. And then once that's done, we can start to do significant work on the inside of the building for all the trades that need to be in a dry environment. So it's going really well, and encourage people, if you have time to kill over this long weekend, go drive by. It's pretty exciting. We're getting a new banner. I don't know. It's not here yet, though. It's on its way. So visit now, visit later, so you can see the banner. Pretty excited about that. All right. Shifting gears just a little bit. K-Whirl, which those who are new to the party is Kalama, Woodland, Ridgefield, La Center, K-Whirl, cooperative update. We are moving forward with electrification. So however you feel about electric vehicles, what I want to say tonight is there was a business incentive to do this. We were able to secure an EPA grant for $2.8 million, which covered 50% of the cost of 14 electric buses. We also then were able to get an infrastructure grant for $600,000. We can project out a savings with fuel of $100,000, $42,000 in other consumables. The electricity is now going to be zero because of whatever deal we got worked out. There is a one-time tax credit this year of $280,000. We reduced district liability around insurance and things by $300,000, and we annually get $60,000 in carbon credits. So at the end of this, you heard Paula say, I don't think we're paying the amount this year for capital. That's because we got other people to pay for it for us. So always a good thing. Yay. I also want you to see that we have bus number 1. This is bus number 1 in the state, the electric school bus. So, and we have bus number 2 too, you can see there. So, paid for some infrastructure updates. So you can see kind of the improved lighting, which you might think like, why would we need lighting out there? Because our bus drivers come to work and it is absolutely pitch black dark out there. So for their safety, this is something that their union, which coordinates through Woodland, because that's where K-Roll is run through, they've been asking for years. So super happy that that was able to get completed. And the addition of the charging stations for the electric buses. We have, I believe, a new mechanic who is all in on this. And then you can see a few pictures here of the driver training that was done with the electric buses, because there's some things that are different. And so all the drivers went through training on how to inspect and operate the new electric buses. They also, I just think this was important for folks to know, they have annual safety training just like we do for our staff. They also employ a full-time student behavior specialist who helps work with drivers to teach them about student behavior and successful strategies to address misbehavior, which I've never been anywhere where the transportation department had that. So I just really applaud Shannon, Asha, the superintendent in Woodland, for just their forward-thinking process. And then this, you don't need to worry about all the numbers, but I guess what I wanted you to see here is Ridgefield is the really long list of routes. We have way more routes than our 3 friends that we're in partnership with, because we are significantly larger than the other 3 districts. Clement is the smallest. The other piece that's important when we're thinking about electrification is the distance is different. So the green and the yellow, those are going to be routes that are really good for electric buses to run. Also, Ridgefield of the 4 is the most flat. So it is very likely that those 14 electric buses, as they start to come online, will be providing services in Ridgefield. So exciting new things. Oh yeah, there we go, circles. Okay. So I'm taking a little pause. Those are my quick things before we get into some longer discussion topics, if there's any questions about those items. Everybody's like, nope, keep going. Okay. All right, everybody, deep breath. No decisions have been made. Okay. Here's Ridgefield. Here we are. All right. I have a lot of data to share with you. Remember, you have access to the slides for people who are tuning in later. Everything's available on our website as part of the board packet. So this is a slide you've seen before. This is just a refresher for you of where we started this year. We started at Union Ridge in September with 683 adorable kinder through 4th graders. At Southridge, we started with 780 adorable kinder through 4th graders. The red dots are current Union Ridge students. The blue dots are current Southridge students. As we've talked about before, the Union Ridge boundary is the most densely populated of our school district boundary. And then I've given you just a fun fact, which is that we are all so grateful to be building a school, because without it, bringing back our 5th graders, if we were to double this year's kinder class, which is an estimate, right, we would have 807 kids at Union and 913 at Southridge, which I'm pretty sure would be a record breaker for them. So we are so excited to be adding a school. As you know, we pushed out a survey around elementary boundaries to try and get a sense from our community about what their priorities were in terms of how we make those decisions. We had almost 650 respondents, as you can see here, 645. Pretty equally split. So 267 folks who lived in the Union Ridge boundary, 323 that live in the South Ridge, a few people who I'm going to guess don't have children in school yet, so they weren't sure, and then a small group of folks who are likely staff but do not live within the district. In terms of role, some future elementary parents, so folks who don't have any children in the district, so a big thank you to those 38 folks for taking the survey. We had about 200 Union Ridge parents, 250 South Ridge parents, so good representation from our elementary parents, along with a smattering of elementary staff, some other district staff, 53 community members, so there's a lot of interest there, and then a few folks that selected other. If you have elementary age children, what grade level is your youngest child? Nothing super scientific with this, but I wanted to get a sense of how many future kindergartners are out there. So job security, kinder teachers. So we have 134 kids that are coming at some point in the next 5 years. So, but you can kind of see there the makeup of the group. We'll give folks several things to rate the importance. So we started by first just saying, here's 10 things, how important do you think they are? From 1, not important at all, which is the first little bar in the bar charts, to 5, all the way on the right of each little 5-bar bar chart. So when you take a look at this, the ones that had the most importance, the most people, similar resources, balanced facility use, and early notification were the top 3. Then, because I just want to make sure, I asked it a different way and said which 3 factors above are most important to you. So now you can only pick 3, and this time you'll see that the top ones again are similar resources and balanced facility use. And just again, to be double, triple sure, I asked again, which factor is most important to you? And again, you're going to see similar resources and balanced facility use. So I think pretty clearly in every way I asked it, people said these are the top 2 things you should consider, a board of directors, as you make decisions about the boundaries. Then asked a question if you are a parent or guardian of a current kinder through 4th, so someone who has a child in one of our elementaries right now, what's your opinion about grandfathering? And we talked just a little bit about this at the last meeting, but always curious to see what people have to say. Super split. This is the most even pie graph I've ever shown you. We had 13.5% that said no grandfathering at all. We had 13.2% that said, I strongly support grandfathering. We had 20% that said, okay, but a limited number. We had almost 20% that said, well, yes, but only for 4th graders. We had 15% that said, sure, but parents have to drive them. And 20% said, I don't care, or I have no opinion, I guess is probably better. So this is going to be a tough one, but as I get into some of the other data, this is a piece as the board I need you to be thinking about, is this idea of grandfathering. By far, the easiest from a systems perspective is no grandfathering. And in terms of being able to staff the schools and have the appropriate number of rooms in usage, the right furniture, the curriculum, the staff in the right place at the right time, the no grandfathering is going to give us the most ability to have forethought and foresight around how many staff we need at each site. So I share that with you from an operational perspective. I also would share with you that we currently have policy and procedure around inter-district transfers. So this is when someone's at one of our elementaries and wants to go to a different, and they live in our school district. We already have a process for that. We fine-tuned it this last fall, where we did it basically on a space available basis, which I would say is probably the closest to this red, the limited number of spots. And we did it based on saying yes to as many as we could without putting a teacher into overload. That was really the metric. And Alma, who is our district registrar, and I would meet basically once a week through the summer to take a look at who's on the list, and then fill as we were able to fill. I would recommend that that's probably a system that would continue to work well and does not end up with teachers on overload at one building and under enrolled students at another building. So there was one open-ended question, only 126 of the 648. So this has been pretty on par. About 25% of our folks will give us kind of I care enough to write some things to you. The themes from that feedback was really just primarily a desire for stability, lots of very kind, pull on your heartstring pleas about the teachers that they love and the buildings that they love and the PTOs that they love, and just wanting to stay where they are. There was several that were really just practical, like you got to cut down on the traffic at pickup drop-off. I don't want my kid on the bus for an hour at a time. Please send people to their closest geographical school. There were a few comments about equity and resources, and called out some particular groups of students to be considered. There was a strong desire to keep neighborhoods together, which we've talked about previously. And then there was a smattering of comments where people felt very strongly, yes, grandfather everyone, or no, don't grandfather anyone, which I think you saw that come out in the other data as well. So as we are working on this proposal around new elementary boundaries, I'm just giving you, again, a recap from the top principals in the community survey. Equitable resources at all three campuses. That means we're not going to have art at one campus and not have art at the other. Balanced facility use. That's not the same as balanced enrollment. Balanced enrollment would mean the same number of kids at every campus. Balanced facility use means we're using the same percentage of each campus. So we're leaving some growth potential at all three sites. And then from that first question, early notification to families and staff. So how do we go about this business of projecting enrollment growth? This is recommendation around how do you do a student generation rate based on single family residence, so houses versus like apartments or townhomes. You find with single family residents more elementary students than in like apartments or townhomes. So you can see the rate there is different, and there's just some information about that. This is the elementary rate. There are different rates you use for middle school, for high school, et cetera. And being the conservative when it comes to these things that I am, I went with 0.3 and 0.15 because, again, just like we talked about before, we don't want to overestimate on kids because it creates financial havoc for the district. So some places we can go for information. City of Ridgefield, as you know, has this business of development and building down to a science. So you can get on their website. You can take a look at annual building permits. They have a monthly report on development that you can access on their website as well. This shows you over the last 4 years the summary of permits by type and by year. We are looking at that 1, 2, 3rd row down where it says new home permits. So you can see in 2021, 648 new home permits, which then dropped to 361, which dropped to 243, which dropped to 226, which is where we are this year, which means 25 is going to be an uptick from 24 because we still have another month to go. So that's a place we can look to kind of see like, okay, we're still growing, but we are not growing at the rate that we were. This is the City of Ridgefield Homeowners Association, or HOA map. This is also available on the city's website. And if you are checking out this presentation later, you can go click on the title and it will take you right to that page. And you can go play with this and make it bigger and smaller and find out all kinds of information about all of these housing developments that exist in our town. This is why when my husband said, I don't want to buy a house in an HOA, I said, ha ha ha, good luck. Now Tony is the president of our HOA, so there you go. That's what happens when your wife is the superintendent. So you also can look at the city development report, and this also is, I think, linked in here for you. So this is the most recent. This is the October reports, but you can look in here at existing subdivisions, how many permits have already been issued, how many lots were actually approved for that subdivision, and then I just did the basic math, because guess what, kids, you do use math in real life, so I just like to keep pointing that out. So you can see there's lots of potential houses in these developments because there's still lots there. Then we take a look at their development map, and across the bottom you can see employment, mixed use, public facility. I clicked residential. There's actually a whole bunch more color and things on this map if you click all the boxes, but I just wanted to look at residential, right? Because we're looking for where are there going to be additional kids. You can again click into these different developments and get additional information about where they are in the process of development. So again, this one is linked. So from that information, then I'm able to click into each of those and find out where are they at in the development process. So pre-application means we have not started. That means those are all definitely new to come residential lots and homes of some sort. Charlotte's Cottages is, I know Charlotte's really excited. She's going to go buy a cottage in Charlotte's Cottages. Is multifamily dwelling, right? So you can see the rate there. I used the 0.15, not the 0.3 generation rate, but we just did the simple math. Is there a 0.9 kindergartner? Nope, there sure isn't. But again, from a conservative standpoint, I did not want to round up on these. So went through all of these to see how much potential estimated student growth would happen within this area. The northwest quadrant is the Union Ridge area. So we're looking at, okay, how many additional kids? And you can see for the most part, these are really small numbers. Then we take a look. Paradise Point is a fairly new development. It is absolutely still in construction mode. So that's a huge one that currently is in the Union Ridge boundary. So that's like, okay, do we want to keep it there? Do we want to move it? You can see Greeley Farms is probably the largest development over on the east side. They are for sure going to go to Sunset. I can't envision any scenario where they do not go to the new Sunset Elementary. 494 lots. It's a huge neighborhood over there, and a neighborhood with a lot of young families. So we can anticipate that we're going to see significant growth from Greeley Farms development at Sunset Ridge in terms of enrollment. Urban Downs is over there. Meadowview, which used to be Urban Downs 2, that's over in that area as well. Then if you think about Hillhurst, the southern end of Hillhurst, so this View Ridge Estates is 29 acres in pre-application. We don't even know how many lots they're going to put in there, yet to be determined, right? And then you can see some others. Sanderling Park, the little video's covering it up, but 383 lots, so roughly 125 kids, potentially, okay? Also, you can go to Clark County Development, so you can go to their website as well and get information. A lot less development happening in the county within our boundary as compared to within the city boundary, but these are 3 developments that are slated and listed on there that could potentially lead to some additional kids, not huge numbers, but if I take all 3 of those pages, all 3 slides together, that's 695 projected new students coming to us at some point. Not all next year, but over time. So the next bit of data that we took a look at was the transportation, the numbers by neighborhood. Some of these are ones that we just saw on the development map because they're currently under development or their future development. Some of these are neighborhoods you didn't see there because they're fully developed and done, but they are within our boundary and we have data on them based on their enrollment and their transportation. If it's in blue and or has 1 asterisk, it's currently a Union Ridge boundary neighborhood. If it's in orange or a 2 asterisk, being for color, you can use 1 or 2. You're welcome. And being ADA compliant. So and then it's a current South Ridge boundary. So this is, I know, a ton of text. I don't really mean for you to like digest all of this in this moment, but you can see we've grouped neighborhoods kind of by geographic location, And then I've listed for you the number of students that we know that are at our elementary right now, kinder through fourth grade. Again, because we're keeping fifth grade there, those kids will all stay in the elementary system next year. Again, in the little box in the lower right corner, that's where I started this section of the presentation, 683. If we double kinder, 807. If we double at Southridge, 913. Okay. Then because we are going to add kindergarten, I added 20%. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 is 5 grades. Divide, right, is 20%, so we add 20%. Okay. Mathematical, maybe not scientific. So this gives us a guesstimate, an estimate guesstimate of where we think we might land. So what I did is I took the total, I added the 20%, that's listed in bold. If it's in the blue, those are the Union Ridge. If it's in the orange, those are the South Ridge. Again, just trying to figure out how many kids might we have next year. Also important, given that our community was pretty clear about capacity, so not the same enrollment at every school, but the same facility use at every school. So important for us to take a look, Union Ridge, South Ridge, and the new Sunset Ridge. I also put in here the years for you when things were built. I did not know, I learned that the SPED Annex at Union Ridge was built in 1978, the same year that my sister was born. And then you can see portables with bathrooms, portables without bathrooms we typically don't use for student service areas, specialty classrooms, so every building has a music room, choir room, library, gym. We've got commons, we've got lab space, etc. So the original, the addition, that's the B building at Union Ridge and at South Ridge. And when you add it all up, at the end of the day, Union Ridge has 37 brick and mortar classrooms. You're either in building A or B, and 18 portables. South Ridge has 29 brick and mortar and 20 portables, and Sunset Ridge will have 30 brick and mortar. So I paused for a moment because somebody somewhere is going, what, you built the new school smaller than the old school? Yes, we did, because that's what we could afford to do based on what the community was ready to support. So we, as you know, made some adjustments to the design. We did not invest a bunch of money in a brand new design. We took what had been developed and paid for. We reduced non-student spaces as much as we could. So we are doing it as efficiently as possible. And obviously we need the space. So when you take a look at this 55, 49, and 30, if the community is after similar percentage of use, that means there will be more students at Union Ridge, less than that at South Ridge, and Sunset Ridge will be the smallest of the three in terms of enrollment. Okay. Some more details for you on our portables. So portables by year, you can see these are not two, doesn't mean portables, it means 2 classrooms, which is often 1 portable, if that makes sense. They're usually double capacity. These ones at Southridge from 1989, this great Taylor Swift album, and also I think I was in middle school. 91, 92, 2005. I, at some point in the next year, am going to come to you and recommend that we determine that they are surplus and that we demolish them. We are using them to serve kids right now. I don't ever want to serve kids in them again after this year. So the ones with the asterisks are the ones that I will likely recommend that we shutter. The 4 at Southridge really just need to be raised. The 3 at Union Ridge, we'll do some more inspection and determine, can we continue to use them for storage? Can we use them for some other purpose, potentially? But we may also look at removing a couple of those that are basically 20 years old at this point. So when you take out those decommissioned portables, then, and you look at your teaching spaces. Then you have 49, 41, and 30 in terms of the percentage of overall total classrooms, which is conveniently 120, so it's lovely for math purposes. But 41% Union Ridge, 34% South Ridge, 25% Sunset Ridge. And so looking at numbers, this is kind of roughly where we wanted to get. 650, 550 to 600, 400 to 450. And we want to have some growth capacity because, as you just saw from all the development slides, there are more kids coming to us over the next few years. So this leaves the most open classrooms at Union Ridge. They're all portables, though. It leaves a few portables open at South Ridge. It leaves a classroom open at Sunset. I initially had a little plus sign, but I thought that's going to be confusing to people down the road. But what I will tell you is when I say there's one classroom open, we can make space for more because your specialist teachers can be put on a cart. Art can be put on a cart and done in the regular classroom. Science can be put on a cart, right? PE is PE, kind of got to use the gym for that. But music, a lot of other things can go onto a cart if necessary, depending on like some of your special education services. There may be some ability to utilize spaces in multiple ways. So you could get more than one classroom of additional kids into there, and you're going to need it at Sunset with Greeley Farms development. So going back to this, knowing that that's kind of where we want to land in terms of total students for next year, this is that same list of all the things, and now we have added green. So 1 star, blue, Union Ridge, 2 stars, orange, South Ridge, and if it's green, you still will see a 1 or 2 star because that's what it was before, but now you can see that it would be going to Sunset Ridge, the new school. We are working with that 120% because we got to have capacity for incoming kindergartners. And what you will see in this is that there's not much movement. So this was the other takeaway from the community survey was people really want to stay where they are if they can. The only movement on this is the Acero apartments are currently at South Ridge and would be pulled to Union. We currently don't have any multifamily dwelling units at Union Ridge. All of our apartments, townhomes, everything are currently at South Ridge. When you're looking at a diversity of population, you want to spread that out. So we would look to pull Acero over to Union. Clover Hill would get pulled into Union because of where it's located and where we would like to put the boundaries. No change to a whole bunch of other Union neighborhoods. No change to Kennedy Farm, Sanderling. They are south and would stay south. All the Clark County, kind of in the southern part, is south and would stay south. So then the bulk of the people who are moving, they're moving to the new school. So this whole region that is north of Pioneer, up until you get to Kemper Loop, so from the east side of Kemper Loop all the way across the freeway, that all those neighborhoods would go. The east of Royal, west of I-5, those would go. And then obviously the east of I-5 and north of 502 would go because they're the geographically really close to the new school. So you can see kind of where it ends up, but basically 157 kids who currently go to Union would be going to the new school. 209 students who currently go to South would go to the new school. And 74 students who currently are south would actually get pulled into the Union Ridge boundary in order to balance the numbers. Easier way to see it is on this slide right here. But if you are like, but I don't see mine, I really want to know where it's at, you can go back to the other slide. So these are the neighborhoods that basically we're pulling about 10 neighborhoods that are currently Union and going to Sunset. We're pulling about 10 neighborhoods that are south that are going to Sunset. And there are only 4 neighborhoods that are going from south to Union. No one is going from Union to south. So this is, I think, probably about as limited of the movement as we could do and accomplish the enrollment targets that we're looking at. Draft in big letters. So next steps, we're going to take a look at all those numbers by site again, and I will be working with K-Whirl and our team around by grade level, because it has a huge impact on the staffing and what that might look like, to see if it's fairly evenly split. Also working with K-Whirl just on, okay, how does this work for them in terms of transportation logistics? And then the goal is to bring back to you a proposal for adoption at our next board meeting, which is in just 2 weeks. Following board adoption or action, whether then or later, we would get the boundaries communicated out via district website, parent square, family newsletter, staff newsletter, district social media, all the things. We'll have to order new maps and do some of that. But this is, I did this on the computer with my mouse. I'm really impressed, actually, that I could draw these lines. Just like pat myself on the back for that. I tried to use the pen. Tiffany has a pen that she is like so nice, and I was like, I actually can do this better with my mouse. I can't make the pen work. So, but you can see in general, there's probably not exact on here, but really we've maintained, this is the existing, the purple is Union and the yellow is South. So we've maintained the bulk of what is Union Ridge at Union Ridge. This red outline, South, basically just we're kind of chopping off the top part of South and east of the freeway. That little weird piece of Union Ridge that's east of the freeway is right by the new school, so they'd be going there. And then you can see we basically have come down Pioneer in order to take in some of those developments, including Paradise Point, which is going to have a lot of growth, and pulled that over to the new school as well. Tiny little bit there where the South going to Union, so you can see where that piece is. Those four kind of fall within that weird little piece right there. So it's utilizing 502 kind of north-south between Sunset and South. It's utilizing the freeway for a portion of the boundary. And then it kind of cuts across all the Hillhurst neighborhoods until you get to Sanderling Park and the one right across the street from Sanderling Park. I can't remember which one. Huh? Kennedy Farms. Like everything south of that is at Union, but those two stay at South, and they're at South now. There's a couple little neighborhoods behind the high school as you go down Royal. So Royal also is part of this boundary. They're really tiny little neighborhoods right behind the stadium. And so those would get pulled over to Union. And then Pioneer becomes the other. You can kind of see the east-west Pioneer where it cuts across, and that's what pulls the Acero Apartments over to Union, but moves some of those other neighborhoods north of Pioneer over to Sunset. Okay, I'm going to pause for questions, thoughts, feedback around boundaries.
You're looking for a December 9th vote, and this kind of looking at this as kind of a first read in essence?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Clear.
On the map, can you go back one slide? Is the little bump out on the top section, is that the Kemper Loop? And why is that? I don't know where the road goes. I'm just, because I can't really see. The bump that goes.
The little like puzzle piece?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is Kemper Loop right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that the road, the main road right there, is that Royal that's going up? Like why are we moving Kemper, that little bump out, instead of putting it on the new? And
because of numbers. Mm-hmm. And all the other developments in the middle of that, Paradise Point, Cedar Creek, Pioneer Place, there's like development. Kemper Loop is the furthest west. So if you look at this, you can see where the orange kind of towards the top. You can see Paradise Point is a big red rectangle, and then goes straight south of that. That's all of those. Kemper Loop is the orange one, all the way over there to the left. So it's still like Heron, Bellwood. So Reman Road goes up there, and then Kemper Loop. And we looked at, in terms of transportation routing, there's streets from Pioneer up into Kemper, but a lot of these other ones, because we looked at options for, like, do we pull Bella Noche? Do we pull whatever? But thinking through the routing for the drivers, they have to go in at 35th. Yeah, and so it's in the middle of all of those developments, and so it didn't make sense to split there. But if we don't include that whole big piece, you're not going to have enough at Sunset. And if you add Kemper Loop, you're going to be completely full and overfull to open. And I just really caution us against being completely full at Sunset, or we will be in a position to have to put portables in year 2. And I really don't want to do that.
How long was the survey open? And it's been 4 weeks since we met, and you shared a draft like this. So curious, how long did people have for feedback? And have you received any other passionate outreach from community?
When we talked about it at the last meeting a month ago, it was just like a sample.
Correct.
So this is like all the hard numbers for you today. This isn't the same as what I brought last time, which was just a sample.
Sure.
And the survey was open for a good 2 weeks. We publicized it through all our normal channels. 650 is pretty good turnout for us. I've received not a single email, phone call, registered letter, court summons.
Neither have I, and I was going to ask my colleagues if they have. I've had 3 people in passing curiously ask me, and the neighborhoods topic was the one that I think we're pretty committed to, not splitting up neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's just been curiosity, and like can't wait to find out where we land.
Mm-hmm.
On the, I think I know the answer, but if you can help me confirm the boundary, like at the line where it's dividing all 3, there were just a few places where the old boundary went like, maybe like this.
Funky, yeah.
And the new boundary is going like that, kind of just a switch. Is it just that the numbers of actual houses within those footprints are so different that you're not necessary, it's not an even swap? Like if you look at not this one, the one that you showed that you did on your computer.
This one will be easier though for you to look at. So if you look at, I can't see where 205 is on here, but probably it's near the bottom. So you're going up I-5, and then you're basically kind of cutting across where you can see where the green and the Gee Creek, like see where that green line goes across. That's almost about where the boundary would be. Royal, so you see where Clover Hill is on the west and Seven Wells is on the right.
Yeah.
We're using that as the boundary. So Seven Wells is going across the freeway to Sunset. Clover Hill is going over to Union. These 3 little tiny, this red, orange, and blue that looks like kind of a right angle. Those 3 right now are Southridge. But every other, if you look just like you're going up Royal, and then you look to your right, like you're going to go to the high school and this Hawks Landing, all of these are Union Ridge. But these 3 little neighborhoods, they had to go up and turn left and drive quite a distance to Southridge.
Right.
So the suggestion is we pull those 3 in with the rest of these, and the boundary going to south is really Kennedy Farms and Sanderling Park,
Yeah.
who already go to Southridge.
And Seven Wells goes to
Sunset.
The new, okay, because it's
Yeah.
north enough.
So
and
the
east.
only ones that are not going to the new school that are having to move are those 3 tiny little neighborhoods. And then right now, I believe Pioneer Canyon is maybe like split. And we're suggesting that we would use like that. We want to keep them together, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I'm not using words so good at this point in the night, but that's where the boundaries, like where the bump outs and things are. It's because of like those 3 little tiny neighborhoods. It's trying to geographically, as the crow flies, basically take where the 3 schools are and just go radiate out from that while not breaking up neighborhoods. Yeah.
I think I looked at the wrong one earlier when I was the little. Oh no, that map was good. It was the little bump out I was referring to wasn't Kemper Loop. I think it was maybe like from that previous map that you were just on. It looked like maybe it was more that Canterbury Trails area, and if I thought we were maybe just going to use that Royal as a dividing line.
Mhm.
That's where I was saying, like, what's with the bump out of that little neighborhood? It's not.
Yeah, so we kept going down Pioneer.
It's this.
Further.
Amanda. It's this is the bump out. Kemper Grove, Kemper Loop is the little puzzle piece.
Okay.
Would stay that way, and then
Mhm.
these little neighborhoods, purple, blue,
They're all
orange.
gonna go east.
They would go east, and then up above the green, red, and then Paradise Park Point. Sorry, would go.
And that's part of the rationale is because I think there's so much development happening at Paradise Point, but I think that would be good to pull over. So then north to south, trying to make as straight of a line as we can, kind of north to south. So all those neighborhoods go to the new school up until you hit Pioneer, and then right like Heron Woods, Cedar Ridge, like those are all gonna stay with all the Hillhurst and everything, and the downtown at Union.
Okay. I do appreciate all the numbers with the development. That's what I've been dying to see that, like those charts with those numbers. That's where I feel like we really need to put our thoughts into where those new houses are gonna go, because we know that there's so much more room for development, and we know it's coming on the east and south side of the district, so.
Yeah, the other option is that chunk that's north of Pioneer, we could maintain at Union Ridge. It would put Union Ridge starting likely above where they are now, and it would put Sunset Ridge starting below 400. And I think my guidance to you as the board is that would be less palatable to the community to have that much of an under-enrolled brand-new school, and for one of our existing schools to go up in enrollment, even though we're adding a grade level and it mathematically makes sense. I think we want to get closer to these targets, and so it was trying to figure out what neighborhoods do we group together in order to hit those enrollment targets.
Thank you for breaking it down by classroom. I think that's like a way to look at it that we haven't been talking about a ton. I think it's probably the most important. I think we've been focused on like how many 600-700 students are at this campus versus the next, but breaking it down like what we actually have at Sunset at the new building and putting that in perspective, while it'll equal the playing field, but they should be more in line with the amount of teaching spaces. So I think that's, and leaving space for each makes a ton of sense. And getting rid of archaic portables as well. Eventually.
Yeah.
Can you show the one that has the subtracting out the old portables that we don't want to be putting students in? So what capacity are the schools at with these numbers based on the number of classrooms? I see, okay.
41 out of 49, so there's still more open at Union Ridge.
Okay, there's the classroom. Okay, total
Yeah.
classrooms. Okay, thank you. And we have, so with moving fifth, it's unrealistic to consider not using portables at our schools that currently have them. There is not the space.
We're going
with
to do
Fifth.
everything we can to get everybody in a brick and mortar, but it is likely we're still going to be utilizing at least a few
Yeah.
at Union and South, more than likely.
Okay.
And these numbers are, again, based on giving every teacher their own room, every specialist their own room, every resource room, intensive need, like, there are things we do in public education to tighten it up, and we will do that as we need to, because there will be growth. The growth most likely is going to be felt most heavily at Sunset. And I'm often thinking years ahead. So realistically, looking at our projections, so I mentioned the stat from Paula's presentation that we were just shy of 1.5%. So I went back to our enrollment projections that we've looked at previously, and if we did 1.5% for the next 4 to 5 years and 1% after that, we have capacity to get us through half a dozen years at least. And the reality is we're likely to need a fourth elementary school. And yes, I know we're not even done building number 3. But the reality is either we're going to have to use all those portables again and add portables at Sunset, or we're going to need to add a fourth elementary school. We already own the property. We have a design now that we've already paid for. I think there are ways for us to be financially savvy. We are at this point 2 years out from me coming to you again and saying we need to run our next levies, potentially a bond. That's not that long, really. And so really what we're trying to do with this is balance them to the extent that we can, not put portables at our brand new elementary school, and buy ourselves 5 to 6 years, which is enough time to generate revenue to potentially do another elementary school.
Thank you. And thank you for all of the background numbers in this plan.
Yeah, I appreciate the slideshow and breaking it down. To me, it really boils down to the numbers, and you draw the lines to fit the numbers, and then later you redraw boundaries if you have to. And I know there's a lot of work that goes into this, but this makes sense, and having those numbers of school to classroom, and because it's Union Ridge is like, we're still a big school, but they're gonna be a big school. They have the most space, so we got to utilize that. And I think going back to the survey, balance, this is giving balance, whether it seems like it or not.
Yeah, I think this is also, for the 126 that wrote comments in, many of which were like, I don't want to go somewhere else. I love my school.
Change is hard.
Change is hard. And so I think with this proposal, with the exception of those 3 tiny neighborhoods that we pointed out on the map and the Acero apartments, if you're moving, it's to go to the new building. And somebody's got to go. And it's going to be lovely. And we have an amazing administrative team already in place. And so I know that there's lots of feelings, and when the decision's made, people will probably share with you their feelings before and after that decision. And I can say with conviction that we have amazing teachers and amazing administrators and amazing paraeducators and secretaries and everything at all of our elementary schools, at every school. I would be proud to send my own child or my grandchildren to any of our elementary schools and know that they would get a quality education. Okay. Ready for more? Whew, okay.
I'm sorry, I have to go. I had a phone call from my mom.
Oh,
and I need
course.
to go.
Yes.
So I stayed for boundaries.
Yep.
And
Thank you, Donna.
And thank you all.
I'm gonna go quick. I know it is late. I did want to give a quick update on strategic planning because we are well into that process. Just a reminder of the dialogue that's been happening in the community and in our district since last year. So a lot of data collected throughout last year. We started this process in earnest in the spring with 4 launch sessions. We had 100 participants. We put their survey out this October. We had 126 people respond. We have a work group consisting of 75 people in every role imaginable in our community and our school system. We've had 2 of the 3 sessions. That group of 75 participants conducted 210 empathy interviews with additional members of our community. So just super proud of that work. And we will have some staff feedback sessions coming up after winter break. We have a board retreat mid to late January where we'll do more discussion. And then I envision that we'll be working on the metrics development after that, probably pulling the work group back together for one last look and feedback, and then bringing you the final plan, hopefully for adoption in the spring, early spring. So just a few pictures, but just a quick update since the last time we were all together. We had our first session on November 4th, really focused on just some team building, some reflecting together. We worked on mission and vision statements, and we did some preparation for those empathy interviews that I mentioned. We were back together a week ago tonight to do round 2 with mission and vision, and then a data debrief and root cause analysis protocol with the empathy interview data that folks brought back, and then also some additional conversation about core values. And I sent them off with another homework assignment. And our third session is a week from tonight. So it has been fast and furious as we've been working through this process. I did want to share with the board just where we are with this mission statement and vision statement development. The initial drafts for the work group were generated based on those 4 launch sessions. We have folks set up in small groups, so we have 12 teams that are in the room with us for this 3-part series. They selected, revised, rewrote, repieced, etc. So we had 12 different options. Folks then got to select their top choice. And these are the top 4. I had started with 3, but you'll see there's a tie. Important, I think, to note that 19 for the top, but that's 19 of 75 people. So there wasn't consensus, I would say, in the room. And so between session 1 and session 2, I went back to the top 4 that you just saw and the 12 that were generated from the group to do an analysis of frequency of words and phrases to see what pieces were resonating with the most groups in the room. Revise some drafts to try and utilize those concepts. Second drafts were shared with the work group. They had some table, small group discussion, and then further individual prioritization. These are the 3 draft 2. They utilized phrases and words that were in common across many of them. At that second session last week, there was some concern expressed by some of the participants around this phrase rooted in community or deeply rooted in community. So at this point, I think we're going to have to move away from that, and we'll have some additional options to be considered. I think super important for folks to understand this is a long process. We are not going to know these things next Tuesday. So when we all get in the room next Tuesday with that work group, we probably will start with a deep breath and acceptance of non-closure, because we're not done. As you saw, there's a whole bunch more steps still to come. The vision statement development, similar pattern. Initial drafts, again, generated based on the launch sessions. The work group teams came up with 12. There weren't any ties on this one. These are the top 3. You'll see that 2 of them have really similar sentence pattern. And within the 12, there were additional that had that. So again, looked at frequency of words, phrases, looked at like what are the verbs that people are using, how often are they coming up, or what concepts are similar or different. And so my recommendation was to move forward with this pattern of something students, something educators, something community. Second drafts were shared with the work group, again, some discussion, and then table group consensus conversation around a preference for group 1 or group 2. And these are the ones that I put forward to the group. Group 1 all has the word inspired, committed, and then something about community. Group 2 has inspiring, empowering, and then something about community. These were the kind of the common uniting, building, thriving, these were the words that came up in multiple. And then what we did at the second session last week was people got to pick 1 out of group 1 and 1 out of group 2. We had some people that did not like one of the groups, so I didn't add them up, but I don't think the numbers add up the same, because some people said, I'm only going to vote for this one, not that one, kind of a deal. Of the group 1 options, the most preferred was the one in the highlighted in orange on the right, inspired students, committed educators, empowered community. All 3 are kind of this past tense verb, so there is some nice, I think, structure there. And then group 2 options, you can see people were really split between the first and second choice in the blue in group 2, inspiring students, empowering educators, uniting our community, versus inspiring students, empowering educators, building community. Those are only apart by 1. People didn't like the word thriving, so that one you can see was not as highly prioritized. We had some conversation around do you prefer group 1 or group 2? And I would want to share with you that there were 4 groups that preferred group 1. Those 4 groups included both of our high school student groups. So we're not making any decisions tonight, but I will share with you that I strongly suggest we go with what spoke to our students. We had 7 groups that liked the group 2. Those are all adult, parent, community member groups. And then we had 1 group that they just could not, they could not agree. We had people who felt really strongly about one and people who felt really strongly about the other set. So anyway, just wanted you to kind of see what those looked like. And happy to have some feedback on that. The one other piece before we get to just some feedback is the core values we got to kind of at the end of the last session. And so what I want to share with you is when we did those launch sessions, there was a lot of idea generation and a lot of selecting of values and what we thought was most important. And so the 12, they're ordered by the number of people who selected it for various parts of that launch process. So from kindness was the top, down to community was the 12th highest. You'll remember we had a huge sheet, like there was, 80 different values. And so we narrowed it down to ones that were above 30 selections. And then when we did the survey, we basically asked, would you support this core value, and give people kind of the same stuff. So you can see they all had really pretty high support. And then we had a conversation last week around what do we mean when we say core value versus other types of values in our lives. And then every participant got to write down their 2 that they chose from the lists that we'd done previously. And then you can see here the number of times those words were written down by the work group section. So all of that to say that I went through and just added up all the people, and then I also did a rank order So like on this work group, like accountability is worth 12 points and community is worth 1 point, right? Okay, the math. So with the raw number of the selections, just adding up all 3 of those different iterations of this work that we've done, the top 4 were accountability, integrity, kindness, and collaboration, followed by inclusion, respect, compassion, belonging, authenticity. We also had the making a difference, trust, and one other. The same 3 ended up at the bottom on both, so I just dropped those off at this point. When we rank ordered over the 3 different activities, we end up with the same 4 at the top. I would really like us to strongly get down, consider getting down to 3 or even fewer. Because whatever we land on for core values is going to have to be actualized for every role within our system. And they need to be easy to remember. They need to be easy to understand what we mean by it and put it into practice, no matter what your job is, whether you are a groundskeeper, a secretary, a teacher. So wanted to share those with you and just kind of see what's resonating with you or not with the core values. Happy to talk about these if anyone has any feedback, or you can certainly follow up with me after the meeting, but not tonight, or the mission statement or any of the work groups. So I'm going to pause again for a moment if there's any feedback or questions about the strategic planning process that we are in the middle of.
I'll just say thank you for all the work that you have done in collecting input and voices from so many people from across the district. And I'm not totally clear if you're asking us for specific feedback right now. I think not necessarily, but
not necessarily. Okay. I think if there's anything people want to talk about around this mission statement, I wanted to leave space for that. I would be curious to know if any of these are you love it or you hate it, because I need to know before we go to the next session if you hate something. Probably with these top 4 values as well. If we had I'm not sure about that, just so that I can kind of know that as I'm planning for the next session with the group. If there is a direction that you are really excited about or feel like I would have a hard time supporting, I would be open to that feedback now or later.
I can say on the vision statements, it sounds like there was a riveting debate between ED endings and ING endings.
I know.
And I heard you say that maybe the less chosen option out of the entire group of people was also the one that our students resonated with. So without having been a part of the ED-ING debate myself, I would support that inclination as well. I do like hearing inspired students. It really puts agency on our young people, that they're showing up already inspired and ready to go. And I can also understand there being some excitement and desire about we're striving towards not yet, achieving kind of ING ending sort of thing. But I lean towards supporting student voice on that one for sure. I think it sounds like, again, there was a lot of conversation around these two, but that would be my input on that. In terms of mission statement, not having participated in all of the iterations of pulling that together, it sounds like that's still a work in progress, and there was not clear consensus. On the values, I've shared with the board at our board retreat some of what resonated with me individually, and I do want to support kind of groupthink on that in terms of what comes forward. So those are my initial thoughts. I think also if you need us to help you get down to 3, we can do that. If you're taking that back to the group to get down to 3, that's fine with me to support what comes out of that
we really
group.
are midstream.
Okay.
So there is no intent that anything is going to be fully complete next week. We have more rounds of feedback to go through, and but that's super helpful. I appreciate the feedback tonight.
I just wanted to ask about, having been part of both of those, I feel like the empathy interviews were really powerful for so many people, and I don't know that during the session people were able to fully capture the emphasis that had on like their thoughts that they're putting out, because it was just there was so much to go over. So I feel like we were very constrained by like the amount of information we had time to write down. So if there's a way to kind of, I don't know where or when, but I feel like we need to make sure we give that a little bit of space and time for people to somehow put that somewhere, because that was a lot of work that we asked our community to do to try to get at the root causes, and I don't want to lose that. I think that those messages that we heard from the community are so powerful, and I know I didn't have a chance to write down all the thoughts from the people that I heard. So if there's just a space that we can give that at some point somehow.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Can you, when you said that the groups had issues with rooted, the word rooted, was that because like that may be geared for people that have been here a long time, or?
I think there was some concern. I didn't put this in the slides, but we have a group of Spanish-speaking parents and community members, and there was concern around the word legacy, and the context for that in Spanish is very different than it is in English. I think there was this rooted in community, deeply rooted in community, some concern about if I've been here or not, but I think the bigger concern was around political context and an affiliation with previous campaign materials.
I would just share, I think we have one more session to go, and I want to play out that process, and I would hate for our group here to try to stamp too many things tonight before that process is played out. So I would defer to us getting through session 3.
Okay, great. You good? Okay, I got good stuff. And then we'll do the business, and then we'll all go home. But I had so many cute pictures I wanted to share. And after you survived all those reports, I feel like you deserve to see why we all are here at 9 o'clock on a Tuesday night before the holiday. Our kids are just amazing. The 2 pictures at the top, this is Lyle Heckman's art class at Southridge. They are in a portable. They are all doing clay. It was complete chaos and wonderful, and the kids were having such a great time. At the bottom, this is the senior night at the fall play production of Alma's Maine. You can't even see all the kids that are on stage, but that entire front row is all seniors. I should have asked Alma, but I would say there's at least 30 kids that are seniors that were part of this production in one way or another. And then the whole kind of off to the right and the line in the back is our underclassmen who were part of it. And honestly, like everything, yes, the actors, you know, you see them, you hear them, super fun, great job. But they're set designers and lighting people. And there was only one time when 2 stagehands ran into each other in the dark. And so, and I was like, God, I hope they're okay. But like costuming and, just phenomenal. And if you don't have high school kids yet, or you've not been to an event where they do this, they do senior night pretty much for every athletics team, for every club event, what have you. And every time I've been to one, it is 100% student run. The kids run it. They work it out where there's another student who speaks about the senior And it's just incredibly heartwarming to see the relationships that our students have built, whether they've been here for 3 years or for 13. And just really enjoy getting to see that when I luck out and buy my ticket for the right night. So Representative Peter Abarno, who's from the 20th Legislative District, was our principal for the day last Wednesday out at Southridge. So he got to do bus duty in the morning and recess supervision. And that picture cracks me up because the ball's literally going over his head. And, lunch supervision. He got to attend a PLT meeting. He got to do like a campus walk and check the doors and all those kinds of things. So just super fun. If you can't take the social studies teacher out of me. So if you don't know where the 20th Legislative District is, it's that upside down L in the aqua that I circled for you. And that is part of Ridgefield. So, okay. More art because, oh my God, these turkeys just crack me up. The welcome to our flock. That one in the middle where he's got feathers like going to the side and down is like my favorite. And everywhere you would go, there were these signs that said, "We're not turkeys." And I finally had to ask Principal Tawny Malone, because I'm like, why does it say we're not turkeys? I did not know, but it's turkeys in disguise. So they had to do their turkey and make it into something else so that they're spared from Thanksgiving dinner. It's so good. So you can see a turkey who's in disguise as a bumblebee, and like there's the little, I don't know, the video game character, and there's like so many, there's a pumpkin, and they were just hilarious, honestly. There you can see the Sputter football player, like, so they're all in disguise. Some of the, there was a gumball one. It was really impressive. So shout out to our families. Union Ridge Elementary on the right here, they put the word out. There were 74 book fees. So these are fines on kids' accounts for missing or damaged books. And people just stepped up and said, I will pay for that book, I will pay for that book. And these are all 74 books. Every book fee got paid, which meant all books got replaced for the library at Union Ridge. So really exciting and cool to see that. And because we didn't spend enough time together this last weekend, we thought we'd have a 4-hour board meeting tonight. But thank you for going with Danny and I to the WASDA conference. It's the Washington State School Directors Association, and maybe at the next meeting you can share more about what you learned at that conference, given the timing tonight. But always just a really great time of learning, and lots of great sessions, a couple of really fantastic keynotes. And then I hesitate to ever mention cell phones again in a meeting, but this little poster from View Ridge Leadership was too cute not to share with you, that your devices need a nap, off and away all day, as the saying goes. So help them sleep while helping yourself focus. Use your Yonder pouch during school hours. And it's signed View Ridge Leadership. So stinking cute. And then because I just felt like I knew it was going to be a really long night, here's a picture of my dogs. Rory and Maisie rocking their fall sweatshirts. So there's just not been enough pictures of my dogs at the board meeting. So there you go. Okay.
All right. Thank you. That goes into board communication. So, Jake.
Yeah, I'll be super brief. WASDA was a great time. My third conference. It's great to be surrounded by 1,400 other school board directors from 295 districts. Kind of makes you see the perspective of what we're a part of. We're not just one board, but there's a lot of other great people out there to learn from and best practices. And my one takeaway I'll share is we've talked as a group about adding a student member to our board. There's a lot of districts across the state. It's pretty common, and there's a lot of great resources to lean into. Evergreen School District has 2 student reps, and they actually were featured on a panel on stage, so I got to spend some time with the 2 of them. Most models have a junior and a senior for succession and for the chance to learn best practices. I think this group's committed to it. I think it's more of how do we do it the right way and make sure that we engage them and make it a useful experience. So that's something that I think as we go into our retreat, we'll be pretty committed to continuing to explore. and see how we can continue to bring student voice to the table. And tomorrow, nobody wants to cook the day before Thanksgiving, so come to Bunny's and do takeout. City Councilor Ryan Davis and I are there from 4 to 5 on Wednesday. Thank you.
Amanda.
Okay, we were supposed to choose one thing, so I'm gonna not choose anything because I had like 5 pages of summaries, notes. So maybe I skip all of it and save it for another day because there's just so much, and every single session it was like the first year was like just so exciting, and everything was the onboarding process and learning what our roles are. And then this year it was just like, all right, let's get down to business. Let's go to sessions. We were pretty strategic at which sessions we went to. So we were all like learning all the things, and it's a friggin' fire hose of like awesome stuff. And I won't spray it on you. So you're welcome. So I'll hold all of those in, and I will say that I just wanted to do a shout out for Mandy Evans with Community Ed. My son did the Buff Puff volleyball thing last night, and I know I had kind of heard that they had so many more kids than they were expecting, and I heard from parents when we walked in and grandparents that there was just so much above and beyond. It wasn't just that there was like so many kids in the room, but she had added like balloon arches and like signs on the wall that just said welcome, and so many people just felt so welcomed, and just those little things really made a huge difference for our families and giving them that sense of belonging and trying something new, and it wasn't too scary. So I love that. And then I will say too, I have office hours or meet and greet now officially. I got approved to go at the library on the 3rd Wednesday, at least of the next 2 months, at 5:30 p.m. So it's December 17th and January 21st. And then we might have to be flexible because our library is hopping and popping. And it was like, Sean McGill is awesome. And he's like, I'll squeeze you in right here. I was like, I'm so grateful. So please come and fill that room so I don't take up space that could be used for something else awesome.
Okay, I also had a few things to share, and I think I'll share them next time. But again, I wanted to just also say the Buff Puff game night was hysterical and amazing, and the rack gym was full of families. And our students are so encouraging and supportive of each other. It was amazing to watch young people trying something that maybe they hadn't done before, and everyone got cheers no matter what, and they all were smiling and super positive. It was awesome to see students that I know are athletic and involved in athletics a lot, and students who maybe hadn't been involved in athletics a lot before, and they were making me feel proud of Ridgefield with the way that they were supportive of each other.
I'm just going to give a shout out for the turkey trot on Thursday morning. If you haven't registered, I don't know if there's still time, but just come down. Is there still time? Okay, good. Okay, all right, okay. So still, and if registration freaks you out, just come down. You know, just come walk with us, and it's a great time, and it's a great, it's becoming a traditional family tradition for people to participate. So just fun event, turkey trot Thursday morning, 9 o'clock, Joe. Okay, so you can still. Oh yeah, sweet. Come get your number and walk so you can eat lots of turkey. All right, so with that takes us to old business.
Okay, old business item 8A, approving new board policy number 3245, accommodating students with adrenal insufficiency. This is a mandatory implementation policy thanks to new legislation, so we are recommending that we approve it.
I move that we approve item 8A as written.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Moving to item 8B, approving revised board policy number 6600, transportation. We spoke about this one last time as well, so recommending approval of this one too.
I move that we approve item 8B as written.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Taking us to item 8C, approving revised board policy 6605, student safety walking to school and riding buses. I know we've had some conversation, and I think probably this is a bit of a work in progress, but we do want to be current with recommended WASDA board policy. So again, recommending approval.
I move that we approve item 8C as written.
Second.
Any discussion?
I like that it's work in progress. And yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
That brings us to new business. Number 9A is approving the 25-26 school improvement plans. We went over the kind of summary of that earlier, but again, you have access to all of the full plans as part of the board packet. We recommend approval as presented.
I move that we approve item 9A as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That takes us to 9B, approving resolution number 2025-2026-003, acceptance of completed project, Ridgefield School District RTU HVAC upgrades. This is for upgrades that were done in the 23-27 school year. We are just continuing to go through all of our records, our policies, our procedures, and make sure we've dotted our I's, crossed our T's, and closed things up. So this resolution provides confirmation of completion of the HVAC system project that was done in 23-24. Again, recommending approval.
I move that we approve item 9B as written.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item 9C, approving resolution number 2025-2026-004, the acceptance of completed projects, South Ridge Elementary and Union Ridge Elementary playground projects. These are not the projects that we just did. These are the projects installing the new playground equipment in summer of 2023. Again, we are just closing up this project officially. Resolution provides confirmation of completion of the project. Again, recommend approval.
I move that we approve item 9C as written.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Taking us to item 9D, approving resolution number 2025-2026-005, acceptance of completed project, Union Ridge Elementary School Storm Fix project. This is the playground repairs that we did this past summer, again to install drainage, repair the catch basin that had been damaged, and ensure that the turf was in good working order. We recommend approval of the resolution accepting the project as complete.
I move that we approve item 9D as written.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Taking us to item 9E, approving the interlocal agreement with La Center School District for placement of a student. This is a renewal of a contract that we've had for a number of years to provide special education services to an individual La Center student. All costs associated with the student are charged back to the La Center School District. We recommend approval renewing these services as presented.
I move that we approve item 9E as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item 9F, approve surplus of food services and CCTE equipment. We're not just cleaning up paperwork, we're cleaning up the building too. So policy 6881 provides for process of disposing of district-owned equipment and materials. We do this routinely once a year and run through maintenance and IT items that we no longer need. That said, we have a couple of items that are over $500 in value that are no longer of use to the district, but we anticipate we can get a greater reimbursement by going out through a third-party vendor website, govdeals.com. To know about that, I might go online and do some shopping. And we will follow our normal protocols to advertise in a newspaper of general circulation, offer the items for sale to other Washington school districts as required by law before placing them on that service. Specifically, we have a commercial 35-gallon steam kettle, a commercial sandwich bar, and a commercial espresso machine. We recommend the board approve designation of the equipment listed above as surplus and authorize the district to dispose of assets in accordance with district policy.
I move that we approve item 9F as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great, thank you. Item 9G is first read of revised board policy number 3530, fundraising involving students. This was last updated in 2007. There are just some minor changes to bring it current with recommended policy. We will bring that back to you for a second read at our next meeting. Happy to answer any questions. Hearing none, I'm moving on to item 9H, first read of revised board policy number 6102, district fundraising activities. Just like the one we just talked about, this one was last updated in 2008, and the changes bring it in line with recommended model policy. And the final one is 9I, first read of revised board policy number 6112, rental or lease of district real property. This one was last updated in 2008, again brings it current with model policy. There is not a lot of changes to any of the three of those, but we will bring all of them back to you at our December 9th meeting for adoption.
All right. With that, I'm going to ask if we have a need for executive session.
Absolutely not.
Okay. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Setting all kinds of records today. All kinds. Told Jose that was